Welcome to today's continuation of Fire Emblem Engage. We're going to look at the paralogs that have unlocked after the conclusion of Chapter 22 in the main story, which we completed yesterday. A rather short map, that one, and it seemed like we'd have plenty of time to take on a second map in the same session, but then the host map sequence of the cinematic and absorbing new mechanics, etc. did turn out to be rather lengthy, so I thought it was best to defer that to today. So there are two paralogs that have opened up, one involving Marth and one that is as yet unknown in terms of what exactly it will entail. We did watch the opening cinematic of this paralog here to Broken Castle and take an initial glance at the map without really studying it, but we'll just watch that again. Not really any changes of note since the previous session, so we'll just continue and take a look at what's coming.
Odd. This looks very similar to Altea Castle.
Altea Castle.
That's right. It's where I grew up.
You lost your home?
The Dolar Empire, led by the Shadow Dragon Medius, the Castle Knights offered protection. On that day, I learned the true meaning. Allies like Princess Sita and the mercenary Ogma. My people call me the Hero King. That's why I fight. For all those who believed in me.
I think I know what you mean. I want a future of peace with my friends and allies.
You have grown strong in your battles. Now they stand beside you.
My friends and family have brought me all this way.
Keep those feelings close to your heart.
Trial.
Battle me now. Best me in combat to strengthen our bond.
Let the battle begin.
Previously, when we looked at that map, we got our first tutorial message about how to use the 13th emblem, the Fire Emblem. Hence the title of the series, although it changes every time, there's always something called the Fire Emblem. And they can never quite make up their mind about what exactly that will be. But we don't really know how to use that yet, and won't until we play the map, I think. If we take a look at the reference card, and not a reference card, but rather the manual, we can see that there's something about Engage Plus. I'm not exactly sure how to look at some things like the class-specific or unit-type-specific stat bonuses, like this Dragon Extra +1 to all stats that you see here. But we shall see. Anyway, how many units do we have at our disposal? This is going to be 12 in this map. We'll likely keep the core team as before. I do want to play around a little bit more with Mavir and Vale, or at least one of the two, since we did pick them up in the last map, and Vale is our second dragon, which leads to some interesting possibilities because Dragon synergizes quite well with certain emblems such as Byleth and Corrin and so on. Some of the abilities are quite good in terms of stat bonuses that you can give to your party. But we haven't really had time to look at her and set her up properly yet, so I think we'll probably just stay with this for the time being. I kind of suspect that Vale is going to become a required character at some point in the main story anyway, very soon. Now regardless, let's see if we change our mind in the course of actually bothering to set this up. Notice that there is a thief out here on the outside with a secret book. Is there one on this side? No, there isn't. So it looks like we'll be racing this guy in some fashion and trying to take him down. He's got about 5 movement. You can race him over or probably just drop an obstruct staff on him, and that might potentially work too. So we'll consider the possibilities over there. Anyway, who else do we loot? There's Brave Sword over here, but we actually loot him for the money, not for the sword. Also, he takes a second life bar, so I think this is meant to represent one of the characters back in Fire Emblem 1 or Shadow Dragon, but I don't exactly know who. Anyway, we have a sniper parked next to Marth as well. And a general over here, which is going to have 1,000. So yeah, he's going to have his own little party that is going to defend. And I don't quite remember Fire Emblem 1 well enough to really determine who is who. But so we'll just have to watch out for that in general, that we actually have a lot of characters here that have the second life bar. We'll have to be careful when ganging up on them. Thoron is this mage over here, and this one, but this one again has the second life bar. Let's see what we are dealing with in terms of skills. Obviously, we just don't want to let Marth attack us with the Lodestar Rush. If we can help it. Because that's equivalent to about, what, 210%? Yeah. And we don't want to give him too much of an opportunity to heal up either. So in general, if he's attacking into me, we run into some problems. So we'll just probably burn him down quickly when we can. Lots of axes and bows back here, that's okay. Anyway, 4 treasure chests, so we need to look for thieves in case they are going to be racing us. We do have thieves over here. I assume they're going to try to loot the treasure chest and run away, and then we have to trap them somehow, which we can do. We could potentially even drop an obstruct staff over here just at the door, just to block them in and delay. That might be a pretty interesting play. There's a thief over here as well that we should watch out for. And we should think about what else we can do with our initial attack. We can also just warp somebody in here. We can just maybe go for a combination play that has, you know, Warp Ragnarok with Rescue. We've got enough in the way of ranged abilities that I think we have lots of possibilities open to us without having to fuss about it too much. Anyway, a couple of mages over here that we'll eventually take on, but I think the idea here is that, you know, you have everything in here being the core of the map in terms of taking on Marth, which is the main objective. But you have this entire series of side objectives over here, which involve looting the chests, which we'll definitely go for. And of course, yeah, okay, so pass. Foes do not block this unit's movement, but I wonder if the obstruct staff would. And that's something that maybe I shouldn't be testing the hard way. Maybe I should actually just be trying to run in there and mob him, which can be done, because if you just have somebody go over here and you use Seedall to give them a second move, then I can actually just pick out the thief on the first turn, which I think is probably the best idea. And we'll try to snipe off as many thieves as we can before they get out of control. Yeah, you don't want to just land Citrina and Celica with the Warp Ragnarok in the middle of nowhere, of course, unless you have a plan for getting her back out. And so, who do we have on the second rescue staff? I think we do have, yeah, the second rescue staff on Ivy. That's got a range of about 8, which means that you could potentially... well, let's take a look at Celica once again, just to see what we are dealing with here. It's going to be Citrina and Celica, and then the Warp Ragnarok ability has a certain range, 10 spaces, but we want to be careful with that because we want to be within range of pulling her back out. But basically, if you use that in combination, you can just kind of dive in, dive back out, and then relieve a lot of time pressure just by taking off the thieves early, because we count 4 thieves on this map. We have this guy, for sure. And you know what? We can just look for coverts. Covert units. There we go. So I got 1 covert over here. There's a thief. 2, 3, 4, and 5. So it doesn't quite match up to the 4 chests. I assume that maybe this guy's running off himself, because he's nowhere close to reaching a chest anyway. And the other 4 may or may not try to come in here and abscond with whatever is in the chest and loot them accordingly. So yeah, we'll want to make some kind of really fancy plays here. Perhaps try to take them out. Also, the resilience is high enough that it probably can't just one-shot them with Warp Ragnarok. We would have to Something else. Also, walls are impassable. We can't just fly over here, but we know that. Anyway, lots of backup attackers all over the place as well. We need to be very careful about that. What we can potentially do is actually just use a warp staff and put somebody like Louis here. I mean, it's all physical attackers. If it's all physical attackers, then we're in great shape because we just put a defender over here, block it up. And yeah, we'd have to be careful with the backup attacks, of course. But I kind of suspect that we might be able to just drop Louis into the middle of nowhere, for instance. And just take out a massive cluster at once. They do have pretty high defense, though, so we can't just rely on that necessarily. But we can just block this, and he can't do anything about it. Especially if we heal him at range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, maybe we can do that. Because let's take a look at Pendreo over here. Where is he? He's got Micaiah. Between those two, he should be able to do heal at range so long as I give him a physics staff. We'll need to do that. So he can reach at 6 range. And just do a ranged heal here and just block the spot until we have the opportunity to get over there. A lot of really high damage attackers, though, all over the place, so we'll have to be aware of that generally. And try to peel them off a little bit at a time, which I think we'll be able to do. Indeed, we could even block with Louis over here and support him with a mage and support with Warp Ragnarok, for instance. So yeah, this will be an opening play then that will involve a number of different moving pieces. Let's take a look at who I have. Yeah, so Louis can basically move anywhere here, and then we can warp him a few spaces. And he can just block that. So you just warp him away from this initial position, for instance, using something like Pendreo. Yeah, so you can warp him in. I mean, he doesn't need to stand here. Pendreo probably should have a physics staff, though. Also, Pendreo has Micaiah, and that gives him 1 range on a warp, which is potentially pretty interesting because he's got an area of effect +1, which, if I understand it, actually would allow me to warp everybody over by 5 spaces. So, for example, you can just take this whole cluster and dump them in here and fight from inside. I mean, Avatar has to be in this position, but then you can move somebody else here. Like a spellcaster, for instance. And let's see here. A lot of resilience 18, a lot of pretty high speed characters though, so you need to be rather careful about that. And yeah, you can totally put somebody there who would be able to fire against them. Fagato might be a good choice because he's got a radiant bow. That would then allow you to run some magical attacks against everybody here, which might be relatively effective. And yeah, you've got a Brave Sword over here. Yeah, that might actually be fine, which means that... Yeah, because you could use Fagato over there, and then Celica could do another attack using Warp Ragnarok to dive in there. So, for instance, Celica over there, Louis over there. There's no magical attacker in sight. I don't think there is anybody who's going to do magic damage, and so... And we definitely want somebody who's able to just heal there locally. We don't even need Pendro in there then, because we can just have somebody who's able to heal within that cluster. I don't think there's a particular point to putting Avatar there, though, other than giving everyone a bit of an adjacency buff. So, you know, maybe warping this cluster is not the right answer, but move everybody over 5 squares, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then you can maybe place 2 units here, and Pendreo go here, warp everyone over. Which would, of course, have to not include himself. Although maybe he can include himself. That's a possibility. So we could place 1 unit over here. Pendreo goes over here. Uses Warp Staff. We've got 4 units moved over here. 1 unit has pre-moved and won't be able to do anything this turn, but we'll be able to fix that. So yeah, the idea would be Pendreo goes over here and do a warp play, so we just need to pick a 3rd unit who's going to go there with him. Not Seedall, we want him on the outside. But probably Fugato, I'm guessing. Well, definitely a range attacker, regardless. Maybe even Anna, because she'd be able to put up a pretty good fight on the inside. The only thing I have to be aware of is that the blade weapons can push a character back. So the thing is, if I have Louis in this location, I do need somebody to stand behind him in order for this play to work. And that can be done. It's just that we need to make sure somebody's going to stand behind him at all times. Probably somebody who's a range attacker. So... yeah, the first move, for instance, would move over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you put, say, Fugato over here. Run him over here. Zap. But then you'd have an additional unit who's back there as well, who would be able to do something. Also, because some of them are based in defense, some of them are some resilience. Yeah, it's going to be probably Anna there, but possibly also Merit. So let's say Anna go over to this square, Pendreo goes over to this square, warps. If it works the way it does. I don't know if it does. If it doesn't, well, then we're potentially sunk. But I think it should work that way because we've seen an enemy do that in a previous map. Anyway, so that means that these positions are pretty much determined. So now we need somebody who's relatively high defense who's going to take on Warrior and backup. Jean with Shielding Art is probably the best we have right now. I mean, we're not doing great defensively when it comes to somebody other than Louis, so we would need to find a better way to bait in some of those units without getting into tons and tons of trouble. I think we can probably do that. Yeah, put Jean over here. He's got defense 29. And then he's got the additional 3 damage reduction beyond that, and he could probably... yeah, he'll be able to hold. That's the important thing. So these positions are pretty much determined. Now let's figure out how to get rid of this guy. It's going to be some kind of play involving Seedall doubling and moving somebody into position. So we just need to find somebody who's actually going to get the kill. 46. And so if we have an attacker who's going to double, we want someone fast who can get back out. So let's say we have Alchrist over here. Have 32 with a Brave Bow, and that's speed 26. He's got pretty high speed though, so our options are limited if we want to find somebody who's actually going to double him. Chloe would definitely work, I think. Speed 36, yeah, she would definitely work. Because... yeah, physical attack 36. The lance play would depend on crit. That might not be the best idea. So, let's see about this. He's got resilience 20. 46 means I need to do 23 damage, so... yeah, 23 damage twice. Which means that I need an attacker who's going to double him with either magic attack 43... or... if I'm not mistaken, physical attack 41. Or just get the crit. I think we just send Chloe over there and try to get the crit. Then, if she doesn't, then we might potentially be in a little bit of trouble, but... oh yeah, he's also going to hit back because there's a dagger, so... we need to be aware of that. Last-ditch possibility, of course, is just to drop the obstruct staff there. The advantage of using Marin, as well as that Marin with a dagger attack, could also slow it down. Yeah, but I think using Chloe for the double attack might be the best idea. In fact, she can just get pretty close to flying right over, not quite. Indeed, if you put Ivy in the back position, Ivy is potentially able to go over here and finish using a second attack. Because she's able to get over here within Thoron range. So we don't really even need a doubler back here, but we'll go with that, I think. And because Chloe would be one of the easier units to get back into position afterwards. Okay, so flyers at the back. We'll try to snipe this guy. And we'll keep Seedall over here in case we need him to make someone double up and move there. Well, he'll need to. Now, Saturn and Celica want to be available for a Warp Ragnarok play, which is going to be separate from what all these units are doing up here. That means that the cluster that we have up front is going to be Jean plus 2 ranged attackers against the Axe. And yeah, we can do that. I think he'll just need to shield against this guy and suffer through an attack and hope for the best. Yeah, Jean's speed is actually not great, considering how good his stats are otherwise. I'm reluctant to use stat boost items on him in case he caps out a little too early. But I think we basically have the first turn mapped out. That is entirely dependent on the warp staff working the way I think it's going to work, which might not be the case. But that's with Erica's augment power, which, yeah, the augment power is dependent on engaging with Micaiah. Yeah, so not Erica, Micaiah rather. You do need to engage with her in order to get to range 1. But that's okay, because I think that's well worth it to get everybody in position and give us ready access to the sacrifice play right away. Because otherwise you just have a warp staff that you use once. No, we definitely can get a whole cluster in there. Yeah, so first play is going to be Anna over here. Rio over here. Help everyone back. And that should be fine, I think. I mean, we could always... No, we don't want to mess around here because we... Spirits. However, we can trade this with Alchrist. The reason for that is that if Algris wants to play around with 3 range attacks against these Thoron users, he can. And he can do so in a way that would not be vulnerable to the spears or the bow users behind him, although there is a longbow over here we need to watch out for. But basically he would only have to suffer through 1 attacker at a time if he's going to come up here and do something fancy. So possibly you can get him to pick away at that right away. Okay, let's go with that. And let's see if there's anything else I need to take care of in the inventory. We might want a bigger mend on Jean. Let's trade it with what I had him of here, just in case. I kind of suspect that he's going to be out in the open a bit. I might be having second thoughts about using Pendreo. Whoops. As main healer, and I'm putting back here because he's my only really strong magic tank. So it might not be advisable to do that. And if he's going to augment anyway, then he's able to use Warp Staff at range and move some kind of cluster over here. Like 1 unit over here, 1 unit over here. You'd have 2 units that are kind of expended. Then you leave Pendreo in the open, so he could potentially deal with some magic attackers on this side. And of course it depends on what the reinforcement situation is, we just don't know what it will be at the moment. No, I think we'll keep it simple. We'll move him there. I feel like he's going to get pretty close to capping out as somebody who's my highest leveled character at level 18 on the advanced class already. But we'll just stick with the plan as we know it currently. In that case, anything else we need to know? I don't think so. Yeah, we have this new lance that was from the new well exchange mechanic that I also haven't used, but which was patched in just this week, so we basically just got this lance for free. A rather good one too. And yeah, we'll just see it all out in the open. I think we have a plan. Anyway. Pre-map save, and let's go. Let's see if there are any surprises.
I'd hate to embarrass myself fighting you.
I mean, it's very much just a castle siege on the right side anyway. A thief race on the left. Which, if we just control this location right away, should not be an issue. And if we don't let ourselves get pushed, that's the very important thing. Also mind that this guy does have the tomahawk, so if we do stack somebody behind him, we need to be mindful of that. Okay, let's see if this play is actually going to work the way I think it will. It's going to be
Any customers?
and over here. And we'll put a weight on her. Yeah, well, I mean, we need to see if this is going to work, first of all.
Understood.
Andrea Mikaya, we do have to engage.
Emblems protect us.
Let's see if the cluster move is going to work. Yeah, warp. I wonder what happens if you add an additional unit to the left, because they would land directly on top of the chest, or at least it would have a potential issue with overlap. Also, oh yeah, that's why we have a range bonus. So if we have a range bonus, we can actually just move a bigger group over there and have one additional ranged attacker. Okay, I didn't know that. Well, who do we want? We can just move Citrin and Celica in right away, actually, without using Warp Ragnarok. And that might be even better. We'd only have 2 units that are available to move, Louis and Ike and Fagano, and that's okay. Anyway, let's see if we can catch this guy.
I will obey.
Yeah, Thoron is going to hit it for 31 in advance. We will naturally need to move these 2 over. So yeah, we need somebody who can reach this location. Otherwise, Marin and Roy would actually have been a really natural choice to do this. Given that we won't have that, I think we will actually just use Celica. And save ourselves to Warp Ragnarok for later when she actually needs it to hunt somebody down. Yeah, because then we move her over here. Let's just wait for the time being. And Treo and Micaiah will move the whole group over. This is going to be fun. We'll maybe be a little bit short-handed on the outside, but we just drop everybody over here so we have some positioning flexibility without being in range of anything dangerous. And we can just pop open all the chests ourselves. And just fight our way out. It's going to be spectacular. Let's do it. Oh, he can't warp himself. Okay. So he can't warp himself. Okay. That's too bad. I'm always tempted to use the time crystal to reverse out of that because that's okay. We'll roll with it. Anyway, Great Lance is going to break this guy, but he's going to move second, so it doesn't particularly matter. However,
I love it.
we can do an attack over here with a Radiant Bow. 36, yeah. And we'll just, between the 2 of these, move back. We do need to make sure we know whether this is going to get to kill. No, we don't, because even if there's no kill, it's not a big deal. Now let's go Louis first, just to potentially feed Fakato some XP for the kill. I think this should work just fine. And yeah, he's going to take 2 damage, and nobody particularly cares. And given the defense of most of these other characters who are going to come in, I think it is going to be Radiant. Because you might have a 2 range attacker who tries to attack in Fagado. That's something we can't forget. Especially if he kills anything directly. I mean, you will have people try to tomahawk him. That's going to be, what, 44 damage against him. Which is going to hit pretty substantially hard, so we actually don't want him to kill anybody too quickly. That's okay. We'll figure it out next turn. Because that's the risk right now, is stuff like Tomahawk coming, and daggers for that matter, coming in and killing him. But which is why we have a high-speed character there, just to preclude some of these issues. Yeah, because he's not going to outright kill too much here, I think, so he'll just have to soak one big attack somehow. And I guess Citrin will have to be a healer there, which she can do. Anyway, let's move into this play back here.
How mysterious.
We'll go dance. And we'll pull him back. just to try to reduce any issues. We want to get into melee range. And got a 62% crit there. I did change some of my setup. Brave Lance is also just going to kill directly, so we'll obviously just go Brave Lance. It's 100% hit. She'll just win.
It's tea time. Simple enough.
Okay, nice and easy. Yeah, I did change a couple of my engravings. Changed my Killer Lance engraving just to try to boost crit as much as possible. But anyway, we're going to pull it back out. And then, now the next thing we need to do is figure out what we're going to defend against up here, and who we have chosen to take on. I think we just park John and Erica up here, and park the Avatar next to him, and then, well, let's see what we can do with Valkyries first of all, in terms of any interesting plays. Longbow is going to hit pretty hard, but we would need to either heal him up or pull him out afterwards, because, yeah, 50 attack with a spear afterwards is not going to do wonders for him. Nor is another Thoron in the face. Either way, the Thoron... Well, I mean, this unit is still going to remain in place. But could deal quite a bit of damage, so we definitely don't want to get any closer than that. We would have to take this into range. I think we're going to try to take out this side first before we mess around with that. We want more units in there, more units to perhaps actively heal him. So, what about this guy's range? Not as bad.
Sounds perfect.
So why don't we just put John over here? Either that, or we use him to chain guard against somebody who's just faster. That might be pretty useful too, because then you just have an axe that's probably going to whip the attack entirely. Ah, okay, this is how you use it. Engage plus. Also enters an engaged state. Oh, interesting. I'll have to time this in order to use it in conjunction with the Goddess Dance plays that we've been making with Byleth. Dragon Blast becomes the even more powerful Bond Blast. We'll try it out at some point. I don't want to burn the engage right now because I am trying to save Byleth for the single turn double plays that are all kinds of madness. So, likely what will happen is, let's take a look at this. Silver X and Silver X. What do we got for skills? Yeah, we need them to not break somebody, but then we just come up here and put on Chain Guard, and I think the Avoidance is going to do a whole ton of work anyway. So why don't we just wait here. Chain Guard.
With pride.
And we'll move the rest of our forces up. Dragon Vein's not going to quite reach, but we will move in here. Oh, I totally forgot that the thieves have pass. Oh, that's a huge problem. That's a huge problem. I didn't realize the thieves have pass. Yeah, actually, no, that's a huge issue. Because potentially the thieves could just gang up on somebody. Like poor Anna and Lucina over here, unless of course they miss. But they're going to be trying to hitting... Yeah, potentially you could have two thieves just try to run in there and hit her against a Radiant Bow. We need to block this. Okay, that's a huge mistake. Ooh, that's a huge mistake. Well, we'll just need them to miss their attacks. But potentially you have some pretty serious issues here with... Yeah, because they can just use pass against anything. They can just come in here and you could potentially even have two... No, just one attack against Citrina Celica, but then she would thankfully not get doubled, okay. Okay, nobody here will get doubled. That's the important thing. So yeah, you can't actually just block this. This is the problem. So Anna is at risk of getting sniped this turn by 2 attacks from daggers. No, she's... Well, she's got defense 12. Okay, so... Because she's on a bow right now, she won't be able to counter whoever is attacking in from melee. And her avoidance is not that great, and this has really good hit, so... I think it's actually possible that, yeah, you'll just have 2 silver daggers run in here and snipe her this turn. Okay, we might have to restart this. But that's okay, because we wanted to rethink what we were doing with Pendro's warp capability anyway. And if we arranged the cluster just a little bit differently, that we could have avoided this. Like, we just warped them into a different location. That's okay, there's a lot that mechanically we didn't understand. And we may just have to pay the price for that. Okay, I just didn't look at the pass. Okay. Well, let's cross our fingers. If Anna dies, then she dies, and we just restart the map. It's totally going to be... Oh, no, it's not. Okay, Thief AI, they prioritize trying to steal the items and run away with them. So, okay, never mind then. We can just snipe them off this turn. But we do need to snipe them off this turn because they will run out with the pass ability otherwise. Also, the backup attacks. A massive issue. Wow, that was easy. Then we'll just have the second bar there. Okay, that should be fine. Alright, let's take care of this. Great Lance is going to be able to kill this on the left. And then we just need to make sure we kill the thief on the right. Do we have an additional thief coming in? Yes, we do, but it won't be able to make it in this turn. Because movement doesn't take it far enough. So, in that case, we just need to go Great Lance against this guy and hold position. But remember, always somebody standing behind.
It's tea time. My apologies.
He's going to hit level cap pretty soon. Don't know if we'll reclass him past a point or just leave him at cap. But anyway, Citronus Celica can do a bit of work here. You can also stuff up this location here to prevent the thief from doing too much. But the thing is, if you open up this spot, the thief can come in here and hit somebody. So we need to make sure that whoever stands in either of these locations is able to withstand potentially some of these ranged attacks, especially from Tomahawks. So yeah, we should just not have people stand here. That would be unwise. Thankfully, Celica has Thoron and would be able to potentially use that where applicable. And here we can just go killer bow against this guy. He will counterattack though with the dagger, so we might want to be cautious. What's the hit rate here? He counterattacks with the dagger. It's pretty bad. I mean, if we get a crit on the first hit, then it's immaterial because the first crit will do, what is it, 54 damage? Yeah, we should just make this attack. Be done with it. Worst case, she takes a bit of a hit, whatever. 71% crit, we can work with that. Okay, speed tonic. Then so yeah, this guy can go all the way up to this space, so we don't want to vacate the space even if we manage to nuke somebody. But we could stuff 2 locations here and control this with Louis, although maybe we don't want to because of the possibility of backup attacks We need to actually read some of this stuff. This chain attack. Oh, Levin Sword. We need to watch out for that, don't we? No, magic attack 19. He's got nothing. The Levin Sword is actually not going to do very much at all. Thankfully. So we might even want to attack in for this somehow. Let's see, weak 2. Resilience 22. Yeah, he could potentially. Alright, let's try to go Thoron against this guy then. Okay, that's a miss. Doesn't quite do it anyway then, and then we'll just maintain position then. I think that's probably best. Unless we try to longbow this guy immediately, and no, that's going to do nothing. We'll just keep things as is.
I'm sorry.
As long as Fugato can survive any of the 2 range attacks that could potentially come his way, then we're in fine shape. His defense 18, yeah, that's not going to be too much. If he's fighting one of the Tomahawks. Tomahawks only go up to physical attack 44, so as long as he doesn't kill anybody with the counter, he's fine. 11 Sword, meanwhile, will also do absolutely nothing against him. It won't even dent him, so. Okay, that's it. This side here. What are we going to do? Let's do some range checks. That's going to be a break plus a double. Yeah, that's fine. We'll probably be doing that. Break the axe as soon as we can. As far as this guy goes... Oh, this is the one who had 2 life bars, though, so he's the tougher one that we should perhaps consider dealing with, although otherwise their stats are identical. That's fine, we've got lots of ranged attacks, we can basically disable them, so... Yeah, we'll want to kill both, let's just do it. Yeah, we'll just go with this. No crits, but that's okay. Yeah, 11 Sword is going to do a ton. Brave Bow is going to be best here. It does 30 and leaves 35. Let's just see what that would affect. Yeah, we'll use 11 Sword just to break him, just in case. And then we should be able to have enough attacks remaining to deal with the rest. Notably, that Volganone does pretty well.
Rest now.
And we can even pull her out if we want, but yeah, might as well pull her over here just in case we want to do any kind of Thoron play to the left. And yeah, let's level up some of these guys. Use the break. From here, Marcus can get the kill. And that's a pretty easy hit.
I had no choice but to win.
Next thing we can do then is maybe... Okay, you've got an archer here, so you can't just put a chain guard here because you will have 2 attacks coming in. 46 attack either way. We can try to bait them in, but 46 attack by 2 beside John. He takes what? His effective defense is going to actually be about 33. Once you account for Erica's power. So he's going to take about 13 and 13 from that. Yeah, we actually do want to draw them both in just to get those units out of the way as quickly as possible. So I think we will just hark him over there. See what happens. At some point I do want to play around with the Erica Ephraim swap, but I guess it will not be this day. And we'll do something interesting with Pendro. He could do a ranged heal. In fact, he can mend over here from a pretty great distance. That's potentially useful play, even if the HP pool is doing okay there right now. Yeah, because that'll basically a group heal. Might as well use it while we have it. Then we got Chloe and Lynn over here. I think we could, of course, have her engage and snipe, but I think we'll save that. Hopefully we actually need it. We'll just move them back into position. Using a bit of canter hopping. So yeah, main thing is we need to watch out for pass on the thief. The other thing, of course, is the 11 sword. It's the 11 sword doing the double backup attack that is causing 7x2 damage there, I think. Because we've got a double backup from a weapon to which he is actually a little bit vulnerable. Yeah, gotta watch out for the pass. I think we can probably manage, though. Ideally, we, in fact, want Anna over here. Go to Killer Bow. The main issue being that she could potentially get hit by a Tomahawk after that, which would not be fun. So it would be a bit of a risky play. However, we can vacate one of these positions and go Thoron against that. That works too. Yeah, I think Anna's probably going to be the best bet there. Unless we do something fancy with a longbow. Other thing we could do is once again try to go Thoron here, just so we can move the whole squad up. We do that. Yeah, I gotta be careful with these locations because thief being what it is. We could also do engage on this move here. And because that would actually catch everybody. And yeah, longbow, if we do it from the outside position, is not going to do too much. I think maybe we'll go for the Anna play, but it does come with some risks. If she misses the first crit, then suddenly she's sitting on a pretty big pile of damage, which we can partly heal up using Pandreo's ranged heal, which is still active. So I think maybe, that's the case for doing this. And also because she is potentially able to kill anybody who's attacking into her. Yeah, because what is it, 18 and 18? Yeah, she could kill most of these things, in fact, even just a single crit. You actually have to be a little cautious about that. Vigado has a couple of things going on. I think we are going to park here with the engage then. Let's go. But we really do need to do something about that thief. Otherwise it's just going to walk all over me. I mean, it's just a single thief who's attacking in. Perhaps it's not too bad. He's not going to overkill anything. And the AI is making it attempt to reach the chest first anyway. Which is something I should take advantage of, is that it's not going to try to attack me directly. Which means we should, in fact, go engage over here. Or, you know what? Let's see if we can kill it. Let's see. This might be awfully dangerous. Too tempting. Way too tempting. And it paid off. Paid off very handsomely. Yeah, let's go engage.
Won't you join me?
We'll block up this location with ether. Is everything here? It looks like Irfan is likely to be the right idea. Particularly the resilience against 11 sword, which is the main issue here. Because then we can also do some kind of attack into this guy. 53% hit rate. None of these are going to be very good. But we'll do what we can. Nobody's going to hit anybody. And yeah, this guy, how was he able to hit at that range? Or, oh, I see. I know. No, he's fine. He's fine. How was he able to hit her, though? Am I missing? Oh, no, he's not. It's only in the event that lets the thief stand in this location, which is not happening at the moment, so we're probably fine. Again, can try to pop a ranged heal over here just to get things topped up, but let's see how we do over here first. Particularly with Seedall giving me some possibilities. We can also see how we're going to do with the Chloe snipe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because she could snipe some of the mages pretty early, perhaps. But we'll need to figure out who the best snipe target for her is going to be. I think it's probably going to be something like the archer here. Although that's got pretty high defense, so maybe not. But we should be working towards the Astra snipe, and of course towards some of the hit and run plays that are possible as well. But But yeah, nobody's going to be able to hit this position, so let's go over here. And it would have to be Flame Lance, just given the positioning. Which makes me think that maybe we should just use one of these. Or you could just break them. I mean, the thing about the bow is that you can just attack into it at melee range and you'll be totally safe, which works too. So kind of like the idea of going Baron first here to break using the axe. Indeed, if I had the adjacency bonus, that would just outright kill. For example, we just go Flashing Fist against this guy and take him out. Oh, yeah, he's got a second bar, yeah. That's okay, we can still do it. We can still do it. The idea, anyway, was to go 11 sword against this guy. Oh, it takes him down to 1, that's annoying. That is deeply annoying. Well then. That's okay, we'll just find something else we can do with her. Or she's not going to get the kill anyway, we just stand her out here. And get a break. And then get somebody else to slap. Now also, we have Seedall giving anybody here a double attack, so something we really shouldn't discount. Take a little when we take out the bow, which we'll need to do. Yeah, this actually will have to be Alker's position. Yeah, between the two of them, they can just take that out. Between Alchrist and shall we be Marin? Who knows? Let's see, because we can attack this guy. Let's take a look here. Yeah, the thing is, bows are able to hit this location. So, in fact, we want to be a little bit careful when it comes to pushing up against the bow users. This guy's broken, which is kind of important. And this one as well. Yeah, I think I know what to do. We'll probably have 2 attacks with Marin. That should do it.
You were a worthy opponent.
Yeah, I don't need to use Engage Plus just yet. Just attacking directly. And the idea is to get Seedall in. Oh, we can also try to use the Killer Lance. That'd be a lot better. Or Brave Lance. Yeah, Killer Lance in the event that it crits will do an additional 24, so we'll see. And she could also pull out afterwards with Canter.
Had my eye on you.
Which is sort of important. Yeah, not here. Here should be good. And we don't even need Seedall's play at this point. But something like the Thoron play Ivy might be useful. She would basically hit and then pull back. Sure, let's actually attack her once.
I had to stop you.
Yeah, that's done. And everybody's safe. So the idea would be, if you attack in like this with Thoron, then you pull out and then Seedall can get her to attack a second time. Same play. And then if you need to heal her up, you heal her up. Except, of course, Seedall is not anywhere within range to do that. So I guess we can't quite do that. Except, she hits, pulls back 2 spots, Seedall is able to get her. Okay, yeah. That's why Canter is extremely good in combination. Conic Hex, so no problem. We're back. Give her a quick tap over here. Maybe even pull him back for good measure, but we'll see.
To the death.
And that's just going to kill. And we pull back again. And probably put a heal on her. And Pendreo should be able to put a heal on her pretty easily. One turn on the engage, though. I think the priority should actually be to heal Louis and Ike while you're able to reach. You know, doing something like a big entrap play using Makai's staff might be something we should consider as well. At some point, if you have units that are ranged and across, you can just abduct them all at once and then have a group just attacking them as well. Wow, look at that ×3 there with train attack. That's a little bit dangerous in that position, so maybe that forward position is not so great. That's okay, we'll destroy most of those anyway. Soon enough. Now, what is he up to?
Do you believe you can best me?
Okay, so he's going to open a door. That's a problem. I guess that's what happens if you try to attack into his fortress. So we're not ready for that yet. We need to group up on the left side. Yeah, we're not ready to fight him at the door yet. But we can try to fight over here, perhaps. Again, using things like the Thoron retreat play. That's something that's still pretty useful. You can do Thoron at 3 range and just try to snipe off the bow. A lot of possibilities here, actually. So we can just try to whittle down everybody from that position. As long as we don't have any really serious surprises. It's mostly just ranged weapons that are going to be able to reach. Like the longbows and Thorons. Anyway, most of these are weakened. We have 4 attackers available against 5 units. We'll also potentially... Yeah, we'll need to pull out of this area here, of course. Otherwise, ranged attack here would have been somewhat interesting. Now, we should maybe prioritize the hero with 11 sword. He does need to take 2 attacks, or we save him for last, in fact. Because again, he's going to require 2 attacks anyway. Well, let's see. Let's go with Thoron over here. Take him out immediately. We want to take out the thief anyway because of the pass causing issues. So thief should actually take some priority due to pass. But then we could poke as many units as we can on the side while we're waiting for that to get settled. For example, you go Lungo over here that has 2 attacks, that might do it.
Glad we met.
Then with pass not in the way, doesn't really even matter if he gets shoved back a spot by something like the Silver Blade. As long as he doesn't get shoved out to the side, that's actually the issue with moving like too far up. You don't want him to get shoved to the side in a way that opens up an attacking lane for the enemy. So yeah, again, Sword's not going to do too much to her, thankfully. Radiant Bow does quite well, but hit rate's not the best. Other Bow's not going to be doing too well here. Radiant Bow seems like it's going to be the best against a lot of this stuff generally. It's going to check some speed. And yeah, that should do it. We'll try to take out one additional unit if we can. Well, either we retain him in position or we just attack in here. Again, we don't want him to be pushed out with a blade. But there will be no blades to speak of just yet, so it should be safe to come out here then. And yeah, we should be thinking about weapons like this. I'm just taking it out immediately, unless of course we have a ranged weapon Dragnel that we can use up here. Yeah, we kind of can, but I think we'd better take down the other life bar first. Also, yeah, they're all broadly melee attackers. Might have issues with 11 sword against this guy. But then that's why you want a ranged attack, potentially. Or you can also just try to get weapon triangle advantage, for what that's worth.
I can take on anyone.
Oh yeah, he's going to totally camp at 20 soon enough. There, this guy hits with a tomahawk. It shouldn't be too big a deal. Okay. Worst case scenario, this guy picks a fight with Anna, and it kills him, and then somebody else comes in and tries to pick a fight with her, although with the only ranged attack here being the 11 sword, I think I'm okay. Okay, let's see what we can do in this area. Let's go attack these guys, see what's going on. Yeah, a lot of stuff that's going to zone you up, potentially. Defense 19, though. I wonder if... I mean, we're not actually going to do this, but just want to do a bit of damage inspection. We'll need to pull out a lot of these into central columns like over here. Okay, we can try to do the hit and run. That's contingent on moving Alchrist out of there, though. Yeah, Thoron is potentially going to hit him. Let's see how much Thoron actually does against him. It does quite a lot. It's not going to look fun. So ideally, we'd find something to pull out. Yeah, but that's going to do some damage. And you can also move him out with Seedall anyway, if he's in a danger zone. We obviously want to use Thoron rather than attacking to a bow directly. Yeah, and just we'll pull it back out. Pull out. Likewise, I've got the Thoron attacker over here. We don't want to deal with too many of those at once. Who else can do an ambush play? Chloe can do an ambush play. Pull out. She needs to get out of bow range, though. This is going to be a bit dicey, so... Yeah, Seedall can kind of move Alchrist out of danger after a certain move. And that might be better than trying to go longbow against this guy. On the other hand, if you have the adjacency buff from Avatar over here, then this might actually get the kill, so... Main issue is that you'd be vulnerable down here. And then you'd have more Thorns coming in that you would have to deal with potentially. 53 magic attack. Would do about 40 damage, you'd live. But only just. Like if you had a spot like this that could only be attacked once. So you'd go over here, for instance. And free. Yeah. And yeah, that would get the kill. And then you could just move back out of there.
I'll apologize later.
Yes, again. Then that allows me to do this play with Chloe. It will hit for 100% with alacrity, so I can take it out.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
And nobody else can do anything down here, so we'll probably pull Jean and Marin back down so we can potentially defend against anybody who's trying to come in from down low, because I assume we'll be mobbed pretty soon. We'll try to collapse towards the left. Without forgetting to pick up the treasure chests along the way, since we went all that way to claim them. So, what else can we do? Well, we can go Thoron versus Thoron with Ivy again, perhaps. Also, she's got 6 range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Could potentially hit a silver axe over here. I don't know if we necessarily see the point to doing that just yet, though. At speed 22 in particular, she's not going to double up. But she could get in one hit, but Guess the enemy doesn't really have much in the way of heals. There is a fortify and recover, so never mind. Yeah, I guess if you're going to snipe anybody with using Astra, it's going to be the healer. Also, quite possible to nuke this guy, but I think we'd better just pull out against him and collapse into a more manageable position. Yeah, so I think it's going to be Seedall over here. I think she does have the advantage when it comes to Thoron versus Thoron, so we'll keep him here for the time being. Just going to keep it flexible. Also because Pendreo can heal her afterwards. Yeah, that's not going to do nearly enough. Thoron up here, though, is going to be able to hit without being countered. So you can do some hit and runs up here to try to burn that guy down. Not going to be an issue anytime soon. And this guy, as far as healing range goes, is pretty good, so... But if we can get him to burn his Fortify, that's still potentially useful. Or burn one of the healing staves. No, I don't think that's useful. I think we should... get back here, perhaps. Here. Or even drop a Dragon Vein for the heal. That might be interesting. You would need to heal. Yeah, I actually should have used Seedall to double up on... Yeah, this is a mistake. I should have used Seedall to double up on Alchrist. But, Jean can do Chain Guard. And then I should still be fine. Because I really need to move this guy out of position. That means, incidentally, that if Jean is doing Chain Guard down here, that Ivy's final position will not be there, so... Does mean that this will be the attack. And it'll probably just be healed up, though. It's okay. Yeah, we'll do a Chain Guard over here. And Pendreo should have just healed up Ivy ahead of time if I was going to make that play, but oh well, we know. And we'll pull her back here. Okay, fairly lengthy turn, but we'll see if that pans out. Mars going to try to attack in. Great, that'll actually bait in some attackers. I think that was just prevented by the Chain Guard, so we can't be too complacent here. Luckily, that misses with 39%. If that had hit, we would have had some real problems. Yeah, because he's in a position where he could have been hit from two sides at once with attacks at 3 range, so... But anyway, we're going to continue to hold. 7 by 3 with backup attack continues to be a concern. Once we burn down the guy with 11 sword, I think we don't run into so many of those problems. We do have a bit of a split party here. I think Martha's still quite a long ways from coming over, so we should be fine for now. Okay. We need to maintain position. In fact, with all these guys on backup attacks, we might even want to pull back by one. However, with nobody on pass... Yeah, the main thing is that I should pull back because I don't want to have a blade weapon push me out of the way.
I'm still quite capable.
Yeah, but he is still quite capable, he assures us. Ragnall is able to hit this. His new spear replacement is able to do so as well. Indeed. If we stay on Lance, it's probably better for weapon triangle reasons. Let's make sure we can nuke this guy, though. Chain attack over here. Yeah, somebody also will need to finish it. Like if we go down here, or if we have Fugato go longbow. It's this guy. I'd rather like that.
Come and get it!
I'd rather be friends.
And we can make some advanced preparation over here. Okay, speed is never going to be an issue. And we're going to break him.
First one free!
I shall dispose of you. You'll get no sympathy from me.
Oh, that solves that issue. And that frees up both Anna and Citrin to actually loot the chests, which we'll do. Because we have nobody else on pass, right? All the thieves are gone. Antitoxin, not that useful. Silver Great Axe. Yeah, main thing is just to be aware of backup attacks. We'll probably want to inch him back one spot at a time. Particularly because... healing-wise, oh yeah, I totally didn't have a physics staff remaining, did I? Unless I do. Did I completely forget to put a physics staff on anybody? Guess we traded out one to... what's his name? Mavier. On the last map. We can always grab one from the convoy, I think. I'm not too concerned. Anyway, we'll need to take out as much as we can. Back here. Peshkats has 2 attacks that could potentially do an additional 24 with the crit, but it's not really enough. What we can do is try to go for this kind of attack again. If she hits, then she's in great shape. If she doesn't, then not so much.
I will atone.
Yeah, we can just pull her back. That's the second life bar, so potentially we'll have to do that again. And also, not broken, just on Conic Hex. Who do we still have here as far as 3 range attackers go? Barely anybody, in fact. Which is good because
Just a scratch.
that means we can probably attack indirectly. So yeah, we want to leave Ivy Alchrist available. I think taking her in here with Killer Lance is probably best. Or to Brave Lance. One of the two. Brave Lance will have regular reliable damage. Killer Lance may give me a massive crit. I think that's actually going to be better here.
Hungry for more?
It might even give me 2 massive crits, which is what I was going for. Done. And we'll keep her in position over here. Okay, now we take over bow, I think. We just have 2 3-range attackers here. Yeah, if I destroyed bow, I'll be safe over here. The issue, though, is that it is dependent on Ivy's hit percentage. This play that I have in mind, so... let's take a look here. It's 100% hit, so she'll be fine. Which means, in fact, that we will go Alchrist over here. It's about a 23% crit, which is unusually good for longbow.
For Brodia.
And he'll get the crit, so
Sorry.
works for me. And now we have Ivy here to do whatever, probably drop the Draconic Hex or do a 3-range attack against any of these guys. Yeah, just punch him out and do it now. Or even just take this guy out immediately, which will subject her to some damage in return, but let's reduce a complication. Yeah, because taking out this guy, well, would take out the first life bar, I guess. Still need to deal with it later, although this one is closer to becoming a problem, so maybe it makes more sense to kind of spread the units out and then make the same kind of play against this unit on a succeeding turn instead, although it isn't necessarily going to be within 2 range for the Vulcan Moon, so I think maybe we should take the opportunity while it exists and just nuke it. Yeah, she will likely be hit in the turn over here, and that's okay, we'll just go. And nobody's going to hit over defense now, which is great. It's exactly what I was looking for. So now we just heal up the party, I think, and we're in good shape. We probably want Jean down here, because we'll need to deal with other attackers pretty soon. That Fendreo. So I have to go mend over here. That is fairly significant already. And then we will want a heal on Alchrist. Okay. Yeah, if I had retained a unit here, we could have done Chain Guard, but that's going to be against a 2-range spear anyway, so let's not mess with that. Speed 15 against armor, actually. Yeah, unfortunately, I think spear would break 11 sword, otherwise we'd just park 11 sword against it. I think we'll just have to bait it in. And just invite it into the party next turn. Yeah, her avoidance isn't nearly where it needs to be to. A truly great place that would counter this turn. But we'll wait. And we're going to be pretty close to having to deal with Marth as well, so that's something we should keep in mind. Still have the 7 on the backup attack, which we also need to be mindful of. Especially when you have chain attacks like that. He's getting pretty low. Getting a little bit concerning. Okay, reinforcements. Luckily, not many. And way out of position. Notice that the reinforcements do not give experience by reading this correctly. Void Curse, so that is just a time limit. Time limit mechanic. Yeah, so Louis and like here, they'll need to heal up. Which means that we need to prioritize whoever has a Tomahawk. So Citrin can actually heal him up. I mean, everybody has a Tomahawk. That's the issue here. Because if everybody has a Tomahawk, then you get into situations like this where they all threaten to do 33 damage against her. Luckily, or, well, you can call it luckily, she isn't necessarily going to get a kill against any of them specifically, so it might make sense for her to run over here and just give Louis a heal. Yeah, let's test out what it is we're doing here. Yeah, we actually want to avoid killing too aggressively, lest we take damage that we cannot deal with. What we could do is just go against that to no avail whatsoever. This location might be good too, but not this turn. Yeah, because the problem is that we can't really take 2 of these attacks. Do I have healing items? Do I have an elixir or something like that? I usually don't really keep stuff on me, which is maybe part of the problem. I think we just need to go really defensive and pull back by 1 slot this turn. Yeah, because the backup attacks are becoming a problem. The other hand, I think a full heal might be able to fix that. So, if we go over here, we could still do the longbow thing. For whatever it is worth. Yeah, Radiant Bow would get the kill, but that's still gonna run into some issues here. I should have put Canter on the guy away. Did I neglect to do so? Because that actually would have solved a lot of problems. But yeah, I think it's going to be Louis back 1 spot. And just heal him back here. To reduce the number of ranged attacks that he's going to take. In which case, we are going to just pull everybody back and retreat. And we can still do stuff like this. Let's reduce what we're dealing with.
I can take on anyone.
And then, yeah, the thing I'm concerned about with Citrin is, well, simply that she'll get hit. And hit quite hard. Especially if somebody tries to attack into her She counters and kills it. And then another one comes in to try to do the same thing. That's going to be the main issue here. So let's actually switch her over to L-Surge so she cannot counterattack. I do not want her to counterattack because I want her to be able to soak a one hit. That is also going to block that position, so we'll go Mend, Louis, before things get too dicey. I'm a little concerned about maybe backup attackers getting in range as well, but no, I think it's fine because only one attacker will get in range with her at all. Might hit extremely hard, and then she'll just survive it. Maybe try to support her position over there. Anyway,
Devoted to
Ivy
you.
and Corin, Ivy can do quite a bit. She can throw on this guy and the other guy. The main thing is we do need to watch out for Marth's range. Marth, I think we just let him walk into us and we kill him next turn. Doesn't mean we need to get rid of this guy now, though. And this one is going to be one that we take care of with magic attacks for sure. Which we have in decent quantity, I think. It's just that we do need to play against a spear here. And it is going to counter pretty hard. Okay, so how's the sequence going to work? We can, yeah, against Spirit, we definitely want to prioritize like maybe Thoron. And
Yes.
the longbow as well, but the longbow's not going to do anything. We need spell damage. Pendra's not quite within range. Jean might be able to just do Flashing Fist. This gets reasonably close, and with an engaged power, it does even better. Not great, but... Oh, because with the engaged power with Erica, he'll actually heal up considerably, which can help here. Then if you have an adjacency bonus, that actually allows you to clean that up quite a bit, so... this might also be an opportunity to use the combination double play between... or to use the engage power. Because if you engage this turn and save Goddess Dance but use Instruct... Yeah, because the Engage Plus, this will give me a turn to actually practice using the Engage Plus, because the Engage Plus will, if I understand it, unit and an adjacent ally both become engaged. And does that burn the adjacent ally's meter? I think it... Actually, well, I mean, what would be the point if you had to burn the adjacent ally's meter? Do it. Oh, because they would engage not with their usual emblem, but with the one that I have instead. So yeah, actually, if you go engage plus, and then rather. Here first. Because Marin's got Roy's power as well. That's something that we should consider. And she can also just drop fire on these guys, and if she were to do so.
Our time has come.
It wouldn't actually be that effective apart from slowing everybody down, which we don't need. We actually just need to kill, so. But if you do engage plus, then you can do instruct on all of these guys. And that wouldn't really be too helpful right away because the only actual attackers you're covering with instruct are these two, but anyway, we should maybe do this. We should actually prioritize this one. Rather than the Axemen out back that we're not really going to do much against anyway. This should be the play. You can move Ivy into a position where she would be within radius for instruct. In case you want to reactivate her this turn. The same, in fact, could go for Chloe. But we don't want to get within Mars range, so at very most we would use Jean over here. Yeah, Shielding Art gets decently close. Flashing Fist obviously would just kill immediately, which is great. Then you could do combination play with... Okay, the problem is that this guy has 3... Or rather, yeah, he's got 2 life bars available to him. And so to nuke him this turn, we need to do a little better than what we're doing right now. However, this play over here would engage plus. If you do engage plus, and then you do a Goddess Dance this location, or something similar to it, I think we might have a play. It would require me to use Goddess Dance this turn rather than next, but if we can knock down both of these guys quickly, we would be in very, very good shape. So it is going to require me to go Flashing Fist over here.
That must have hurt.
And we get in range of doing instruct in this location. Also, I mean, if I am engaged with Roy, it gives me a certain stat boost here as well, which at least manipulates the hit rates to in my favor. If nothing else. Yeah, because then we can also take a look at Alchrist over here. Alchrist would actually do pretty well against that guy in terms of being effective, whereas here he's not going to do a thing. So, assuming we don't have anybody with 2 range to deal with, Alchrist should in fact go for the axe now.
I will protect
And if we
everyone.
can somehow loot it this turn, we should.
I'll apologize later.
In fact, he does it well enough that, well, that might not be the end of the story for those two just yet. So it's just healing stays between these two, right? Only healing stays. So as long as we kill everything quickly, we're fine. Flame Lance would have to hit from a distance, but then she can pull back after the fact. But between those two, Between Marin over here and Chloe over here, you would actually be able to do 2 cycles against them. And the question, of course, is whether you can do any better than that, which we'll find out in just a moment. Yeah, because someone you would want to have camp out over here. But yeah, you come down here, you go engage plus, you instruct. Let's just try it. Let's just try it. Yeah, bond effects. Holy Aura. Effective against Fell Dragon. Yeah, we'll eventually probably have to use that as an ability against, say, the final boss. I would assume that's the case. If unit initiates combat and defeats foe, grants engaged partner of +4. Huh. Okay, so that's how you could preview what's going on. 2 adjacent attacks against a foe, and that... might be useful, but... let's break over here, that would also be good. Magical attack with a Dragon's Fist. Yeah, that might be fun, except I don't want Jean to move within range of magic attack, so it's probably not what we're going for. However, if we could set it up so that we can give Marin the means to one-shot this guy, then we might be in good shape. Another thing too is that Seedall is still available to do things other than just double up on people, so it has to be adjacent. So if it's going to be that, I don't think that's really going to be how we use this. A sword effective against corrupted, not going to be that. If anything, it's going to be Dragon's Fist, which means we should give it to Marin because she's got the best stat. So let's try it. Let's just see what happens. And then I still get to do things over here, right? So I'll just do probably instruct or... oh, interestingly enough, I can engage over here, but then I still have movement range after that. Or how does this work? Who am I selecting here? Okay. Oh, I turn into the emblem. And if I turn into the emblem, then my ally gets a whole bunch of buffs, but then I get to move. Ah, but then if I do that, I don't get Byleth's power for the dragon attack, right? So that's potentially an issue. Okay, so yeah, I see. Because then the avatar turns into an emblem. And you have an engaged combination over here that'll do magic attack 33 against this guy. Which will not be quite enough for a whole takedown, but with an adjacency bonus, maybe it will be. Yeah, I don't want to get into Marth range. That's the main thing. Because Lodestar Rush would just absolutely wreck me, probably. Right, that's okay. I think we'll park here. We can get the one-shots that I need. It's not going to be a one-shot. But it is going to have a 30% return on that, which might be what I actually need here. Yeah, because you still have like maybe 3 attackers available. This is actually a bit of a problem because transforming into the emblem does spoil my ability to use the goddess dance, which I mean, I wasn't clear on how any of this worked, so. Worst case scenario, we use Ivy to freeze this unit in place and just lock it into this position. Yeah, worst case scenario, we go Seedall on Ivy. Come here, because we are kind of short on attacks right now, unless we know that something like Flame Lance would do it. Now, Flame Lance would do 40. So I have a little bit of a crit chance attached to it. And it would have to be this, for sure. Yeah, I think we are going to do the Corin Freeze. Probably the best way to do it. So we'll go Seedall and Sigurd over here. We can always do some chain guarding as well, but and we'll move out of the way slightly. Just to open up some space. Maybe we'll probably just have to do Thoron. That does 43, is pretty decent. Speed 22 against speed 15. Also, actually, she would get a single turn kill against this guy. Which means that does in fact solve this. We do this and we pull back.
And they lived happily ever after.
And then Ivy gets the other hit. It would have to be through the L Surge. And she'll take some damage, but then we pull it back out. I actually should have pulled her back out in the other location. No, she's fine. As long as I get Andrew in here to heal, I think he is within range of doing so. But anyway, this will do it. Indeed. She's in great shape. Let's leave her in a forward position in case we need to chase down the fellow that we need to loot. Bring Vendrero down. Does he have anybody that he needs to heal urgently? Not here. Well, maybe we should have pulled Ivy back for the heal, but that's okay. So yeah, shame that we locked ourselves out of using Goddess Dance this turn. That's the one misgiving I have about this. Because the Goddess Dance plus Dance combination play has just been our secret weapon on recent maps. Okay, we should be able to clean up pretty much all of this stuff. 4 attackers against 3. And then we want to take out the Axe, and we want to take out Marth. I think we can do that. We will probably not be able to take out all of the other units along the way, but yeah, even Longbow here does a ton against this guy, as we know from previous experience. We probably don't want to clog up that position just yet, though. Let's take care of this side first. Silverblade, Tomahawk. Yeah, so against Tomahawk, we'll probably want the Thoron and Radiant Bow or something, or just attack into him with Louis and
This
Ike.
isn't so bad.
This isn't so bad indeed. 41 damage against these guys. So yeah, it might be a bit of a tall order to nuke them all at once, but what are we doing for speed on them? 26, 23, 26, so yeah, I might not be able to kill all necessarily, but Affogato is going to be able to double any single one of them. Or, no, not really. He'll be able to... It's 26, how come you can't double that? He's got speed 35, what's going on here? Oh, that's already baked into the calculation, 18 and 18. Okay. Okay, we might be able to destroy 2 out of 3, unless, of course, you use Anna. I mean, all of them have pretty high defense all around. But Anna would, of course, be potentially able to get some crits, and she can get a kill. So, with that in mind, let's see how we can do this most efficiently. Yeah, one person's going to overkill this for sure. It really should be Louis against a Tomahawk, because it's a Tomahawk. We don't want it to counter too badly. Let's just kill it.
First one's free.
And if we can get Anna to one-shot a character somewhere along the way here, that would be ideal. Because you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and do that accordingly. Let's test out Avocado against the other guy as well. Yeah, we should be able to do 2 out of 3, I think. Unless I get a lucky crit. Wow. Is he maxed out at level 20? He is. Okay, I guess. That's as far as he goes. I mean, we can't always second seal him into something else, like a Great Knight, but he's been doing really well for me in his current state. So yeah, 66 potentially. We should just use that to take out the other guy, so... Gato. Well, actually, no, that only applies to this one, right? Because this one's speed 26. She's not going to be able to double this one. I should have used Anna against this guy to begin with, but we didn't really have the position to make that work. So yeah, this was a mistake. We should have gone Louis against this guy. But we might still be able to do some kind of crit play against the sword.
What a pain.
So we can still try that. We just won't be able to get the double. Yeah, 9 and 9 with a killer bow, that's not going to do nearly enough, because you'd need both crits to land to get 18 and 18. And we don't want something that will take her out. Although, interestingly enough, a lot of this takes her down to 1 hit point. You have Engage. What about one of Lucina's weapons? What about the Parthia? Let's... No, not nearly enough. Yeah, engage won't make a difference. She'd basically just need to land both crits. So yeah, unfortunately the kill order was a little bit off. I should have used a ranged weapon with Louis. It's this. It's entirely because she's on speed 30 and is 1 point off of doing a little better against this guy. She's doubling it anyway with the killer bow, it's just that she can't double with the Radiant. And indeed, the Radiant would do enough damage anyway. So killer bow would be the way to go, she just needs both crits to kill.
Flashing more than product.
And she gets both crits to kill, okay.
You know.
There we go. That's what happens when you have a crit chance that is that good. I should have been more cautious about that, because if she had missed, I didn't even look at the calculation for the counterattack. Since this is not the last turn that we were taking. Yes it is, yes it is. Okay, no, yes it is, because we want to kill Mark this turn. Again, worst case scenario, we freeze everybody using Corrin, but... failing that... let's see how we can peel him down. His defense is actually lower than his resilience, which is an important thing to keep in mind. Also, Mercurius has 1 range, so we can take him out from afar. We can also break him. Using Killer Lance, that would break. However, he has a chain guard. I didn't account for the chain guard. Yeah, but the break prevents him from doing much else, so... we need to get rid of the chain guard, obviously. That is a pretty high priority. Even just by tapping that guy, we can do it. Obviously, we can kill it outright. That would be ideal. Oh, and the chain guard is itself chain guarded. But that's okay, because then we just need a double attack like that to make things work. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I think Alchris might actually be the best choice there, then. Because we just need to split this a little bit, too. Get it to work. Yeah, you break the chain guard, you basically... remove both of those from the equation. Also, I should consider the quad attack from Leaf.
Emblem, engage!
Does quadruple hit do anything? Yes, it just kills. So we'll do it, obviously. Although, quadruple hit, does it do anything against Mars? It does pretty well, in fact. If I take out the chain guard first, separately, it might even burn him down by 1. Which means I should reconsider that too. No, we'll just do it this way. Yeah, let's just take it out.
This is my fight! I don't want to sacrifice anyone.
Okay, that's fine. Now, we will have to win this turn, otherwise he's in a position where he's going to get hit. But now the chain guard is removed, we can start actually playing. Okay, this will not quite do it. We would need to break him first. Could break him with a Killer Lance, perhaps. That's got a 51% crit as well, which means that We might even be able to take down a bar with this attack, so that's what we definitely go for it. Although we can see what these abilities are. Bond Blast is just going to take him down, but just a bit short. Except we switch to Libération, and that will take him out. Let's do it.
Much has come to pass. Meetings, farewells, and reunions alike.
I could never put those feelings into words.
I would ask for nothing less.
Here I
Okay,
come.
let's duel.
Sleep now.
Engage flash!
Looks
Time,
pretty
victory was
fancy.
mine.
And what about Marin? If she tries to go Dragon Blast? She can actually still also use Libération, but her stats aren't nearly as good, and she won't actually be able to do nearly as much with it. We'll see engage meters, doesn't actually help right now. But of course we'll try to make some kind of attack happen that will let's see, Brave Lance isn't going to do it, but Killer Lance will break, and yeah, we should definitely go Killer Lance here. I'm working on the assumption that I will win this turn. Because I kind of have to in order for this particular strategy to work. Real shame that we just didn't have access to Goddess Dance. Because that would have solved a lot of problems.
I will endure.
Ivy and Corrin not quite able to seal the deal here. What about with L-Surge? Not quite. Well, like I was saying, worst case, you got 45 attack on this guy. We'll just freeze everybody else around us. Is there anything flying that would lead to Air Raid being a problem? I don't think so. Speed 24, speed 27. In fact, I've got Leaf. He would counter with the mini bow, I think, if he attacked at melee range. So yeah, Ivy, I can try to do a bit of a lockdown. Yeah, this one is Flashing Fist, though. Not liking that. I think we might have to forgo the Warrior. Depending on what we can do with some other units like Pentreo here. Yeah, he's already lost engagement with Kaya, so that's not going to be too helpful here. Marin could potentially... Yeah, so Dragon Blast doesn't quite do it. It's a little bit off. But I wonder if we can actually find out with something to make it work. So the question is, if I'm getting Seedall to double somebody, who is it going to be? Can't be somebody who's already used things like the super abilities that we had. Oh yes, that's right, we forgot that we can still use Jean and Erica for Flashing Fist, and that would do 48. Which we should probably save for the next round here. Because we just need him to go with somebody who does 10 damage. So if we have 4 attacks remaining, we might actually be able to pull this out. Because here... Oh yeah, no, he's not an attacker. Hang on. Fired only does 7. But would do 10 if I'm standing beside. Like if I'm standing in this position. Golden Sword, Silver Dagger. Yeah, we need to basically just do blast. We just need to do it. And Pendrago can tap for the remaining 6, although it's not really ideal. Okay, because the Bond Blast ability has been used. Yeah, Jean doing the 48 is going to be a big play here. So the question is, can I kill both? If I can find a setup that allows me to go Jean against this guy as well, I don't think I can, given the current positioning. Which is too bad. But if Jean attacks with engage, then he does 54. 54 doesn't quite kill, but it would if I move this slightly out of position. Anyway, I think we do need Pendrago to swallow up some of our XP here and attack into this position. Yeah, and this would kill, but then we can go Jean plus Ivy probably. He's able to do a decent amount, it's just that the hit rate is not great. So we don't want to be overly dependent on that. But I feel like I should have enough attackers remaining that I should be able to get somebody to double up over here. The problem is that Jean needs to get in position. Seven and 2. I can also use Ivy to do a debuff. That might work. Like if she taps here rather than Pendrago. Then we might be able to do it. Let's see here. But then Pendrago taps. Now we know that Ivy and Jean at minimum are going to be able to pile in here. So we just need to find somebody who's able to get in here and do the one-turn kill against a Silver Axe, which, given that as a spellcaster, it really should be Ivy, I think, with the 49 attack, but we already know that she won't do it. She doesn't quite get it done. However, If she goes engage, maybe one of the engaged weapons can do it. Corin. Nope, maybe not. Has to be somebody who can go around. I actually think that maybe Chloe and Lynn might be a good solution here. We can at least do sort of a 20 and 20 with the Killer Lance. We know the Brave Bow does decently against that as well. We need basically, if we have Resilience 10 here, and we need to do like 33 per shot, then we need somebody with 44 magic attack, and who will be able to outspeed him. Oh, actually, no, we will be able to, because if Ivy is given the special dance from Seedall, she should get speed plus 3. Speed plus 3 allows her to double this guy. And so that should be a win. Yeah. So we have to play. We need Ivy to do one hit against Marth and then pull back. And then Jean gets to finish her. Okay, we have it. Took me a little while, but we got it. We always get them in the end.
May their souls
When we do these little trick plays here and there. We usually manage. So Ivy's going to do this, tap and a pull back, so actually she doesn't even need to pull back, we just need Seal to get within range. She will need to get the first attack here though. And I don't like at all that it's an 80% hit. But if we have a situation where she misses, then we just play this a little bit differently and get somebody else to do this. Also, if Jean engages and uses
Help me, Emblem!
Erica's special, does Erica's special get to kill? This is something that we need to establish. She does not. She gets pretty close, but doesn't quite do it. So basically, if Ivy misses this shot, we need somebody else to be reloaded with Seedall. So she had better not miss this shot. However, oh, it's too bad everybody clogging up this position because L Surge never misses. And if she did L Surge, she would have been able to do it. But unfortunately, she has nowhere to go at this point if she goes L Surge. And moreover, she would be within range of Mercurius because she's no longer broken. Oh yeah, because yeah, the break wears off with Marth once he reloads. So yeah, we can't do that anyway. We'll just need to hope she hits. If she misses the 80% shot, then we're in big trouble. Well, not big trouble, but we just can't play optimally for the 1,000 gold at the end. Anyway, Seedall can definitely get in here, so we might as well just leave her in position. Let's make sure we know that the kill is going to happen. And it is. Going to happen quite cleanly, in fact, so we will give her the special dance. If my calculations are correct. And whatever, we can leave him here. If my calculations are correct, we should be able to double this guy and loot the gold. So, there we go. Won't be absolutely perfect in terms of not killing off the reinforcements or healers, but, you know, we got what mattered. We can even pull her back for no reason whatsoever. And I think this pretty much did it. It's sort of interesting that you have features like this Emblem energy all the way back here in case you wanted to do a flank play, but I guess the idea is that it's expecting the player to, you know, loop in here the standard way instead of just warping everybody in. But we play for style around here, so let's finish the map and move on. No surprises, I hope. the skills will even engage just to be absolutely fancy. In fact, while we're here, we might as well just Twin Strike it for the style points. Use Sieglinde while we're at it. Okay, that's the map.
Now it's my turn.
Get Ephraim to come out and play for once. Okay, 7-turn kill on that one. Alchris and Leaf getting the MVP, but I guess we did have that one particular turn where he was defending against several Thoron mages at once. That probably put him over the top. And pretty early in the stream so far, we probably do have time to do the other paralog at the very least.
Excellent. I could sense the power of your hope and your strength as warriors. As I fought, I was reminded of an old friend. I first met the divine dragon Tiki in the midst of battle.
It's incredible that your world has a divine dragon in it too.
Yes. Like you, Tiki was placed into a very long sleep in a temple where she would be kept safe. She woke and was incredibly lonely. She called me Marmar. Like a
Then she and I have something in common besides our species. You, Marth, who fights to end people's suffering.
Since our first meeting, I have felt the same.
Just a second, I didn't catch the second part of that sentence. Ah, human and dragon, we became friends for life. Okay. I do skim pretty quickly, but
to you. I've become stronger because you
sometimes
are
I
with
do
me.
scroll a bit aggressively.
Having my friends by my side is what makes everything possible.
Then you understand.
I do like that it allows you to load up the text log. I mean, a lot of RPGs have moved towards that as a quality of life feature, but regardless. There's our level 20 skill set as marked. Okay, so as usual, we're going to very briefly go back to the thumbnail. We're not going to do the activities there exhaustively because sometimes it can just take way too long and delay our ability to do another map. But we'll see any essential dialogue here.
Impressive.
Yeah, so we need to figure out what to do with Louis at level 20. Whether we are giving him a second seal to level him up some other way, or we'll keep him as is, because he has a lot of options to just reset to level 1 and keep on pumping up that stat gain, because otherwise he's just going to be capped for now, and we might have a lot of wasted XP coming in becoming maps. Usually, I think in past Emblem games, past Fire Emblem games rather, I have reclassed upon reaching cap, but I didn't have a particular plan for him, because, you know, we have him on S rank right now as our main tank, and interestingly enough, when you reclass, I mean, we can always just, you know, reclass him as general again and reset him to level 1. Actually, that might be the way to do it, is that the second seal allows you to just reset the level on his current class while, yeah, allowing him to level up again, but keeping the same stats as is. So I think we probably will use the second seal that way to do this. I think this was true ever since the second seal's introduction back in Awakening as well, but I'm not totally clear because I rarely used it this way. Would usually do some kind of reclass. But you just reclass him into himself as general, and he keeps his current stat budget pretty much exactly the way as is. I think that's how we will do it. Because then he can just keep on leveling. If I understand it correctly. There's no stat loss. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll use the second seal to do that. But we'll do that at the end of the map. And we'll also be mindful of any supports we have developed. Just one. Xenol and Pendreo. I think we had somebody pretty close to their emblems cap as well. Yeah, Pendreo and Micaiah over at 9. We might as well finish that up and take it up to 10. So that will be the order of business when we get back to the Somnial. We'll do a little bit of a training to start building up more promotions in our backline as well. Just so we have units in reserve, which we've been rather short on, believe me. And we'll do the second paralogue after that. Anyway, that's it for Broken Castle. So the map that I'll be looking at next is Garden of Memories, but before we do that, a mysterious ring is enshrined in a place that feels similar to the Lethos Castle Garden. So I have no idea what this is, given that the emblem rings are all accounted for, and I would assume that I don't just fight myself as the 13th emblem who has been activated, but I don't know if it's going to be a new unit or anything, because level 20 is already unlocked when it comes to the self-engage or the engage plus, since it's unlocked with the A support conversations, not with something else. So we'll go over to Garden of Memories later. For the moment, let's first of all do that reclass that we were talking about. I think let's save in case this doesn't go the way I think it's supposed to go. And we'll second seal Louis all the way down. We only have, I think, a little bit of this in storage. Where's my storehouse? Yeah, 2 second seals, 1 master seal. We'll buy more as we go. I've hardly bought or used any, just given the nature of this game focusing on a core team. Arguably in excess. Oh, also we'll need to figure out who's getting Marth's ring. Currently in the main party, Fugado is the only one who is not on an emblem ring, but he is on an S rank ring that gives him shove, which has been rather nice. But for completeness, we might give him a Marth's ring for the time being, or give somebody else Marth's ring as well. We could always put it on Mavir or Vale or somebody and do some rearrangement. But I think for the purposes of the next map, I want to get to it fairly quickly, and so we won't do anything too complicated. Okay, as I was saying, reclass. So let's just go back to General S rank because I want to keep his staff. Change to General class? Yes. So hopefully second seal works at that best. General to General. I shall carefully fold the old outfit before returning it. Well, I mean, he's keeping the same outfit, so hopefully this works. Yeah, because he's back to level 1 now, but with his current stats intact, including some stats that have already been capped out, so we'll eventually be building him towards his stat caps. And he's just going to remain our mega tank. I don't think you necessarily get to accumulate more class skills as you reclass anyway, unlike some previous games. But I don't know that because we haven't done that much reclassing. So I don't know if he gets to keep anything. Oh, actually, this loses his swap? No, it doesn't. He keeps his swap. Okay. So I guess the incentive to swap between different classes is that you would maybe build up class skills with time. Because notice that he's at level 1 now, but his class skill remains. So yeah, the incentive to second seal him over to some other classes would be to build up more class skills, and so we should keep that in mind if we're using second seal with anybody else. In Louis' case, I'm keeping him as is because we, frankly, need a general there. But we can always consider doing a second seal on him again if we want to spend on it to build up more abilities. Although we only have a few chapters left on him, so we'll keep things simple now. The next person we'll have to worry about on that score will probably be Pendreo. What do we want to keep him on High Priest? Or on to something else? We do want him to remain on spells, I'm pretty sure, but something like Griffin Knight might be interesting, although it won't have tomes. Something like Sage. I mean, we've already got Citrine on Sage, technically. But we've potentially got a lot of choices. And so we'll think about that based on abilities. Okay. Let's take a look at that support. So yeah, we'll...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2,
Listen to him
3,
count.
4, 5.
Seedall, you're counting wrong.
No, you're not staying on the beat.
I can't help it.
We have to break your old habit.
You're saying I can't dance the way I want?
I'm sorry, but no. Look, when I started, I couldn't dance a single step. Sometimes the training was so hard I wanted to run away. And now I can teach you to dance, Pendreo.
I never asked you to do that.
But I thought you wanted to learn to dance.
I wanted to have fun. And this, thanks for your tutelage, or whatever. Brief it.
This exact dynamic
Pendreo, wait.
in this exchange about
Lesson's not over.
dancing, in this case for precision or for just having fun, is something I recognize as a plot of a children's book, in fact. But that exact dynamic. Anyway, we will go back to the sawmill briefly. Yeah, we'll just need to remember to assign Mark to somebody. If we're assigning him, I also potentially want to re-level him up to 5 just to have some things like skill inheritance available, but we'll deal with that later. Yeah, so we'll be doing the arena, we'll probably be cooking a meal, looting some things along the way, but that's pretty much going to be the extent of this stop here. And of course, when you do the arena leveling, that naturally tends to open up some support conversations as well, so you know, you just keep looping back into the content. Get swallowed up in it with time before you're able to proceed further. So, let's take a look, first of all, at the achievement board. I understand at the beginning of the last map that we got 1 for hours played. Oh, also I should probably raise the donation level to 4 on one of these continents. I totally can't afford it. But yeah, we've got lots of points coming, so haven't claimed a lot of these in a while, I suppose. when you upgrade, or rather engrave emblems onto the S rank weapons, it costs about 1,000 bond fragments just by itself. And of course, I'm mostly banking a lot of those for the purposes
I'm ready to serve.
of power leveling certain emblem combinations in case I do need them. And yeah, now we do have a very strong incentive to build up personal supports with our main party. So we might as well try to do that. Try to get some decent sets in here. Anna and Mauvier, that might be interesting. Let's do that. Didn't expect that Anna would have that support, but we'll do the expert one with tons of available ingredients here. I don't know if the vegetable, fruit, fish choice matters when it comes to kind of dish you're making. You would think in theory that it should, but mechanically in this game, who knows?
Cooking is a bit like writing. It's all about focus.
Maybe fruit's a better choice for pancakes, but
first this,
we're pretty low on fruit.
that, and then I think you'll enjoy this meal.
Now, how did that turn
I bet
out?
this would be a hit with customers.
Tastes good.
Okay, B rank. That's
Take
fine.
this for the road ahead.
Do we have supports from that? Yes, we do. Let's just look at it now.
Congratulations, big guy. You should buy something to celebrate.
The anniversary of...
Aw, don't play coy with me.
I do not. I have not the slightest idea.
But how could you not know?
That explains nothing.
Think hard. I bet it's on the tip of your tongue.
I have no idea what you are talking about.
No? Too bad.
Suppose it is the anniversary of an important event in my life.
Psh, no need to get hung up on details like that.
The odds are in your favor that any given day is special for...
Tipped my hand there, did I? Let's just call this the anniversary of the time we talked. How does half price sound?
You are a bold salesperson of dubious morals.
Yes! Chalk up another sale for me.
And that's why Anna is a perennial favorite. Even if he's a much younger character than usual in this game compared to a seasoned shopkeeper, occasionally the secret shopkeeper, in Fire Emblem's past. Okay, Arena. Again, we have a couple of characters that in their base class are at about 19 and close to 20. We usually try to prioritize that, just so we can get some promotions in the bag. And then we'll make sure that Fogado, we'll give him a level 5 with Marth, just in case we assign him to Marth. We might do some rearrangement beyond that, but I feel like we really should have given him Cantor, in fact. He does have the points for it. He doesn't have Sigurd, though. But we'll see what makes sense with him. Yeah, and having the sword synergy with Marth makes sense. I mean, we almost always use him as an archer, but he does have swords and
Show me
backup,
what you
so.
can do. Unacceptable. The loss is mine. I underestimated you.
For the most part, he has been
fun.
my radiant
Thanks.
bow guy. Having that spell damage alternative is
All this fighting is
often
exhausting.
extremely useful.
A feast can be a good way to inspire people.
Okay, let's take a look here at who I wanted to level up. I think Hortensio is probably closest. Might want to give her a better weapon to hold for this, but that's okay.
The second princess of
maybe switch her to fire so she could actually get some speed.
I am Louis.
Because the
Royal
thunder
Knight of
range
Firenze.
bonus absolutely does not matter in the arena context.
Really?
And yeah, actually, let's switch our inventory slightly. She's got build 5, so unfortunately, just about everything slows her down a bit. And I just want to get her to camp, so we can
Hi!
get her first promotion.
Will you go out with me?
Really?
One more might do the trick, but we'll see.
It's the second princess of Illusia, Hortensia!
I'm Alfred, Crown Prince of Firenze.
Oh, it's a slightly easier match for her, given that I've hardly used Alfred, but then nope, he's just going to get the killer ants in her face, and she's not even going to hit cap. Okay, that's fine then. Let's just leave. Do we want to look at anything else in here? Let's make sure supports are okay. And, oh yes, who was it who was almost at 9 with their current engagement? I think it was Pendrio with Micaiah, right? Yeah, let's just finish this off and unlock the second tier.
Come on, let's do this!
I am Micaiah. It's a pleasure. I need more training, I suppose.
Blessed be this victory.
I wondered whose pretty singing voice that was.
Lady Micaiah, you're too kind.
Much too kind. Okay, he's got Nosferatu. That's a very strong magic attacker. I think that's going to be pretty decent. Yeah, we can do maybe a bit of skill inheritance, but yeah, I'm very tempted to put Cantor on Gato, although maybe something like Alacrity might be better, given that he has that incredible speed on him. Yeah, because we've been putting Alacrity on basically everybody who has super high speed, so they can aggressively push into the enemy without worrying about counterattacks. I think that that is actually the way to go, so let me just do something about that. Let's see, does he already have 5 with Lynn? Yes, he does, so... And we now no longer need to jump between 2 separate rooms to do the skill inheritance, because they finally patched in an option in the UI for inherit skills on this screen, which is long, long overdue. Oh, Alacrity... yeah, that's... here it is. And he will, I think, very often have the speed advantage from 9, so we'll just take it. Okay. And build +3 was something I was mostly using in conjunction with the ring that he had on. I don't know if really he needs his build all the way to 14. Yeah, but it does cover quite a lot of weight. Otherwise, the Radiant Bow slows him down by 1 speed, which is not a big issue. So we might even take off the build +3 and put a different skill there, but that's okay. We're not going to bother with it this turn necessarily. And this is assuming that I'll put Martham in anyway, which isn't necessarily the case. We'll look at the next map and see if we might even want to swap him out or swap somebody else out. But we should consider that, and in the meantime, it might not even be something we want to spend points on. We might want to bank up all the way to 1,000 again and put something like Canter on him, because that has been working out pretty well in terms of the hit and run attacks. Either way, I think that is probably good for now. Let's just go back to the world map then. I'm not missing anything else, I don't think. Got the food done, got the leveling done, yeah. Anyway, even if you keep the somnial stop very short and don't do too many of the abilities, or activities rather, like building supports and so on, that always takes too long. So let's take a look at the Garden of Memories. Let's do the next paralog and see what this is all about. Begin chapter. Yeah, let's not forget to put on the ring, but let's see the chapter first and we'll do it.
Oh my! Are my eyes lying to me?
This is quite a surprise.
So I'm not the only one seeing it?
It looks like the castle, but feels like it too.
Right you are. I've served in the castle for many years.
I know it isn't real, yet I still get a sense of nostalgia looking at it. My mother trained me in the castle garden.
I remember it well. Alas, after the attack...
It has, hasn't it?
Look, over there. I can see something glimmering.
Is that an altar? And on it...
I thought we'd gathered all the emblem rings.
Perhaps an emblem we were unaware of?
Wait, I feel a presence.
Corrupted? They must be here for the ring. We can't let them take it.
I fight beside you once more, Divine One.
He has not fought beside me at all since maybe chapter 2 or 3.
That ring.
But
could it be?
as long as he's not required. Now, what does Martha think that is? We will see, because it's been a while since we've had a paralog that wasn't immediately clear about what it was you were unlocking. Actually, I think every single paralog we've done in this game has been immediately clear, because we've had all 12 emblems in terms of getting them unlocked to level 20, and we had the ones where you recruit Jean and Anna, and that's pretty much the entire paralog count of this game so far, the 14 that we've completed. Anyway, unit selection, 12 units. Yeah, actually, for simplicity, let's just put Martha on now. We said Mia, probably my favorite S rank ring so far, simply because it does give you not only stats, but a pretty good shove ability. And yeah, Martha doesn't have anything special with cavalry, but perhaps the sword is going to work well with it, even at the expense of crit. So,
Mark, let's go.
Anyway, let's take a look at what we're actually doing before we commit to anything like that. We have a split party here. We have them on either side. We have this garden. We have objective recovered a ring. Oh, so there's going to be an escape square for the enemy. What's this? Excalibur and gold. Okay. Okay, this has got to be the escape square. So, you would think. So you have a barbarian who's holding the ring, and we have to grab the packed ring. Presumably, you can't move it, but I wonder if this is still vulnerable to the unit freeze that you get from Corrin, because if it is, then that's relatively simple. We just freeze it. And I think I had tested that on a previous map at some point. I just don't remember absolutely if that works, but I think it does. Because we just get over here with Ivy, for instance, and we just drop Thoron, and then that's done. We just try to freeze it in place. Of course, the issue with that is that we need to be aware of the barbarians that could come in and whack her for that afterwards, especially because the speed's not too bad, but the physical attack is a little bit rough. So I think we'll definitely be going for that kind of play then. We'll use Ivy, we'll rush in here. We might even want to do it from the other side so she can step on whatever this is. Oh no, because that's not going to happen. That's fine, because we put Seedall over here. Let's make sure we know who else is around. There might be tons of reinforcements, I don't know, but if all we need to do is grab a ring, we just try to burn things down quickly and potentially even use our doubling up with Byleth. Yeah, the thing about Engage Plus is that it seems like my current power with Byleth in terms of using Goddess Dance is so much more powerful. I have no incentive to ever use Engage Plus instead of that when I'm on a full meter. It might be something very situational to do the double engage. We might also eventually just move Byleth off to someone like Vale, who has the Dragon type and would have the full benefits of using Byleth to get everybody to repeat a turn. Or extend their turn, I should say. Anyway, these guys, Resilience 9, we should get in there with as many magic attacks as possible. I've noticed that if we have Seedall on this side for Ivy... Well, I mean, Ivy can go Thorin and she can also move, though. So on the first turn we can't actually do the combination play, and so maybe we should put Seedall back here instead. Because the idea would be that you could... Oh no, actually, no, this would work. Because let's say Ivy goes over here and attacks. Seedall comes over here and doubles her up, but then he can go 1, 2, 3, like that. It's a little out of range. Still a little bit out of range. But if Seedall gets doubled, or rather if he is over here, and Ivy, this is impassable, right? Okay. We can hit, go. 1, 2, 3. We can still do that combination play. We should definitely think about doing that. I mean, and we can farm experience and, you know, grab the 1,000 gold off this guy. But I actually want to see if it's possible to just finish this on the first turn or something. And on a timed objective like this, you've got, what, 4 movement on this guy? Okay. At the very least, we're going to engage with Corrin, and then try to freeze him. Then we want to probably move some other units in. Now, like Fagado would be able to hit right away at range as well. And then we have a couple of backliners here. Obviously, Andreo can once again do not quite the warp play that we had, because we would need to have somebody fill in a slot here first. We'd need to have somebody to stand here. Potentially, if we want to warp everybody, we'd have to get someone to stand back here. And then Pandora sends them all forward. So one of them will have expended a movement, the others will not. And we only need 1 warp, so I actually want to maybe even use the 1 remaining charge on a warp staff that I've been trying to unload. Yeah, because if Pedro is here, we get, 3 characters. One of them would have to be unused this turn. I feel like we want Celica available to do a Warp Ragnarok because she can hit pretty hard for that. So I'm thinking, like, who's least likely to be effective here? Probably Alchrist. Like, we just get him to be the character to run back here and support 3 of them. I mean, we kind of want to keep him back anyway, right? So we just warp everybody over. Or, for the sake of flexibility, yeah, we leave Fagado up front. Yeah, let's do this again. Because then we can send as many characters as we can up to the front line and just mob this guy. Unless, of course, you have reinforcements that, block you off right away at the very start. Yeah, we can just get in there and snipe him. But if we can do it without the warp staff, it's even better. As in, basically do the usual play where you create some kind of quadrant. Seedall can in fact get somebody to double up over here. It would have to be my Avatar, actually. Yeah, we can basically, arrange a couple units in position and then just swarm in there. We don't even need to be perfect. Chloe can in fact stand back as well because she'll have the Astra power. So she doesn't need to be up there. Estrin can do Warp Ragnarok. Jean and Erica, we would actually want to be fairly close because the Flashing Fist attack is one of the deadlier things I could do. Also, I shouldn't say that Alchrist isn't usable here because the quad attack with Leaf is actually going to be one of the better damaging abilities. So let's say, and the thing was with Marin and Roy, they could potentially do a fair bit of slowdown with a fire as well. So, I mean, everybody's going to be useful here. Everybody's going to be useful. So, we don't necessarily even need to optimize that much, as long as we don't take a really bad counterattack. So, maybe we should just run with it as is. Yeah, Seedall doesn't even need to be this far forward, I think. Because we'll stand here. Seedall goes here. Then you can do quite a bit over there, although Erica's is out of position. Yeah, we need somebody else in this position who's actually going to be useful. But that's okay, they'll be reloaded. To scope up my movements, probably somebody who's able to have an additional movement point then, because then you can cluster up together. Yeah, that's a lot better. Much better. We want 6 movement characters on the left side. Does that include Fagado over there? Possibly it does. Yeah, because then everybody can cluster up. That'll be relatively fun. And but he can cluster up, including Chloe as well, because she, after using an ability, will be able to move 3 spots to move into position somewhere. Now let's check Citron's range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She can hit anything here. Good. Alright. Let's see if the one-turn kill actually works. Or if there will be some kind of big surprise that denies me that. Looks like it might be a fairly short map regardless, though. I can't imagine that, unless there are tons of reinforcements, this will be something that is very much prolonged. We're going to swap Pendreo's warp staff with a single-use one, just to help clean up inventory. Yeah, and Trap's not going to work against the enemy, but mobbing him directly might, so let's do this. Save. And let's just play it. Okay, so it is going to be my turn. Let's first of all engage as Corin. We can do that. We can also, yeah, it doesn't even need to hit. We'll see in a moment. So I mean, our turn is going to be rather dependent on this, determining whether freezing movement actually applies or if it's denied by the unit's anti-movement skill. Rawr. So, does he get frozen? Down to 0 movement? Yes. Perfect. Now let's move her out of range of anybody else. Okay, so he's frozen. We can pretty much just waltz in there. Might not even need to use a warp staff. If we don't use the warp staff, then it's better to save it for some other map. Well, first of all, let's see what we can do with Gato. So our positioning is that Avatar is going to end up here. Seedall is also going to probably reload somebody there. In fact, if Chloe gets Astra, Seedall can reload her. Let's see how much damage this is going to do.
Emblem, engage!
8 by 5 does 40 potentially, so we might not want to use it this round. Although, of course, it's the most useful thing she can do. Now, we should also check this guy here. Yeah, because he could totally just get killed by this directly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Flyers only. If Chloe does not use Astra on the boss, then she can definitely use it on this guy. And that might be a lot better. Because, I mean, that depends on how confident we are that we'll get the kill, but that would be one way to do. The objective is to save the Astra instead. So in that case, yeah, the problem is that we won't be able to bunch her up by enough if we don't use the Astra first. Because using it does allow her 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we should have put her in the front position to begin with. But we can always reload her with Seedall and give her a second attack. Actually, that might be the way to do it. So,
here goes.
This spot is reserved. Where's Seedall?
The choice is yours.
Seedall will go here. If Chloe goes here. she'll be refreshed. She gets up here, she does Astra, she pulls back. Let's count this again. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She can hit here, and she can pull back 2 spots. 2 spots is not quite enough. But then we can just adjust around that. And have this be the central location for the repeat instead. The problem with that is that it won't catch Fugato. Let's see if Fugato can actually get a kill to begin with. Very close, but not quite. That is, as usual, a little bit unfortunate. But what if he gets engaged? Engaged will do it. Okay. But if Chloe does 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then she goes down 2 spots, no, she's going to be 1 tile out of position. But the important thing is that she'll be able to do it. Anyway, let's see if we know how much Warp Ragnarok is able to do.
Emblem, engage!
Because if we know, that is 51. That's excellent. I mean, it's not a full kill, but it does pretty well. I think Fugato has to be the move here, though, because regardless of what I do, yeah, we definitely want him here. Because that just barely gives you attacks that are over the line before
I live to fight again.
bringing down the first life bar. So I'm mostly just trying to figure out what the play will be to get Chloe in the right position. I think I know. We get her to kind of snipe first and then pull back. So we would move her like this. First of all, Marin will have to go here. She has no choice. Maybe that doesn't work. I have to go here, I think. Seal. I'm going to be able to pull over to one of these other 2 locations, like maybe down here. He has 3 tiles movement, so he'd go here. Yeah, no, I see it. Aaron goes here. Chloe then goes here. Seal activates her and moves over here. She attacks, she moves back. Yeah, that's how to do it. We're gonna go dance here. And move in here with Canter plus. Chloe then do some kind of attack over here. Doesn't matter what it is. Brave Lance would be best because it would just get the kill. That'll do excellently, in fact. There's no way this is just this easy, right? We've got to be missing something. We've got to be missing something. There's no way this is all there is to the objective. Cover the ring. There's got to be more. I mean, this guy's so easy to hit on the first turn that this is suspicious. Really, really suspicious. But if we have plenty of units left over, we'll be able to figure this out. Anyway, let's reload everybody. We want engage because I'd rather have Byleth.
Emblem, engage!
And then go Goddess Dance. And we'll set.
Let the lesson begin!
Yeah, there's no way it's this easy. There's got to be more. Like some kind of counter ambush or something that precludes you from winning straight away. Like maybe there's a second objective that appears where you have to escape with the ring yourself. Actually, maybe this is not an escape square to begin with. Maybe... Oh, well, give me the objective. Okay, or foe escapes. Yeah, so the foe escaping is bad. But if you take it, maybe you do need to make it to the escape yourself. And so the map continues, and it is not an instant win, which is why you would have to deal with these units up here. And why they would potentially attack in here and take out player units, as has happened to their units in the past. So I'm expecting that the map will continue after grabbing the ring, and that we in fact do need to escape with it. And the question then is what to do with that information. We will, since this guy's locked down, break there looks rather good. We'll want to make sure that we can take out these two and not deal with these ones. And we've got plenty of units available to do that. We've got everybody on this side too. Given that, let's snipe this. Then we need to figure out where to pull Chloe back afterwards. I think we'll pull her back just over here. Or to, well, any location where she cannot be hit. Hang on. And that will do it.
Now I have you. On guard! I can't retreat now.
And I'll wait here. Okay, that's good. Well, let's get the kill and see what happens. We're going to do Lodestar Rush. That doesn't quite do it, though. Radiant Bow would do it. Would kill quite nicely, in fact. And we'll stand back here just to be safe. There's no way this will be it. Okay, we got the ring. I got the ring, and then now what? Reinforcements? Yeah, okay. As expected. So what's the objective? Ah! That's the objective. Okay, rout the enemy. Now that was fun. Okay, so everybody refreshes. Interesting. So yeah, basically the most effective thing to do, if I had known that this would happen on this turn, would have been to move as many units as possible to get things done with them first, and then come back here to do the rest. So we have a bit of an efficiency loss from just not knowing that you get your moves reset. Yeah, because that's a lot of unit moves that we just didn't use. Rout the enemy. That's a lot of stuff. Now we have a long map. That's okay, it means that everybody here is still in position to potentially deal with that. As a trade in Celica could also get out of here pretty easily with more Ragnarok, so let's get these two out of the way so we can defend a central position. Fagado over here also probably shouldn't have pulled back because now he's looking a little bit vulnerable back there. 60 physical attack. Great lance. That would very nearly kill him, and with some kind of well-placed support, would in fact kill him. But we can also chain guard him, and chain guard would fix that. Anyway, let's take out these guys. This is the most important thing. We can also use Chloe to drop doubles, and that would potentially mitigate some of the incoming problems. Yeah, so we didn't even get to do the super fancy wordplay. But that's okay, because we'll just get rid of everybody here. Got past both of these. We'll need somebody on bows against this one. Yeah, we've got lots of possibilities actually. She can go back. Lots of flyer exclusive zones. Such that, for example, if I shoot this guy down, I can just move into here. That is not entirely safe because there is the mage up here. Okay. I feel like we can probably take out the left side here. We're careful. That it would not be careful. Yeah, we must warp Ragnarok her out of the way, I think. Too much going on otherwise. Also, be careful with flyers. That's kind of important. Yeah, let's mark the bows. Let's mark type effectiveness threats like that. Wormslayer. Yeah, we need to worry a little bit about Wormslayer. Because this guy has 3 life bars, is also on backup. He's a bit of a toughie. Which is why we should actually kind of collapse towards the center. Okay. Anybody else kind of like that? No, it looks like that's the enemy that's actually tough. And so we can do Warp Ragnarok. I think we have to, because otherwise she's still within range of everything. And in that case, where to?
May I call on you?
Let's hit somebody actually consequential. Either one of these are a pretty good choice. Gets her into a safe zone. We'll just need to make sure that we can kill either of them afterwards. Or we find a way to just push into the right side. And we can also use Seedall to just double her motion, and she doesn't need to burn the warp after that, because Seedall can always double her and then pull back. Just swords over here. Yeah, we need as much of this to pull in as possible before we actually fight, but I think dropping doubles is going to be a good idea. Because then you can reduce some of the complexity. So we want to drop doubles in a position where she herself will not be hit, so probably here. Which means that Marin and Roy should get out of here and do some kind of attack. Yeah, just break this right here, perhaps. from a safe location. Yeah, I like it. Okay. So, yeah, this location here is where to drop doubles, and then I think after you do that, she can't actually pull back, though. So we tried building counters specifically for that purpose, and it didn't really work out. Also, what do I have as a 2 range? Oh, Sword of the Creator, of course. Which also has a crit attached to it. Yeah, we can definitely get rid of all these in this cluster. Just need to be mindful of the range. So I say... yeah, that we drop doubles in this location here. Important thing to note is, does that affect my ability to use the train? No, it doesn't, because Cedal can go over here and then canter back through spaces. Which tells me maybe I should do this stuff first, just to get her out of the way. Dance. Actually, she's not going to be within range as an attacker, which might be a bit unfortunate here. Yeah, she's just a little out of range to do anything useful. Okay, we'll slowly here drop a wall. And we need a sufficient number of attacks to take out these guys here, which I think we can do. Because these just died at a radiant. Hey, let's check range. Okay. Yeah. Radiant plus Mars, it turns out, is really very good.
Let's have some fun. We shall not fall to the enemy.
Okay. And this will just fall over if we poke it. So yeah, likely we'll need to pull out Ivy and Corrin and let's make sure these guys are out of range. Yeah, so we need to watch out for the Wormslayer because it does affect my flying units as well. For the most part, though... yeah, we also don't want to put a sword against Great Lance, that would not be ideal. Interestingly enough, she can go with Thoron over here and have room to pull back. Do a safe spot over here. So we might actually want to do that, just to get some damage in early. Positionally speaking, let's not go too deep in. Let's maybe go put a Sword of the Creator over here, just so we can counterattack without too much trouble next turn.
As expected.
The nice thing about doing Thoron here as well is that it's going to trap some enemies. In fact, why don't you just trap all three? Or even just kill it. Wait, if you kill it though, does it still activate the aura? Target foe and all foes within the one space, but yeah, so it's independent of whether it dies or not, so let's just kill it. Assuming that she can still survive. Okay, no, because she can't pull back quite far enough with Worm Slayer, so that would be a little bit dangerous. But if this only goes up to this point, she can kill this one and pull back. And it would freeze 2 units, and that's okay. That still improves things if she's able to get a kill. Because all 3 of these are basically equivalent, right? Yeah, they are. So she can just kill this one and pull out. Yeah, because supposing that these 2 are frozen, there is an Elfire that will try to hit her there. Oh yeah, we've got to check staves too, just in case. Just in case there's some kind of end trap or something that would trap me right out of position. I think we're good. Okay. So she can snipe either one of these and then counter out. Then the question is counter to the right or counter to the left? I'd say to the right, and then you have a little bit more flexibility to join the rest of the party. So yeah, we'll just kill it and pull back.
Guess I did it right.
And yeah, the Hellfire Staff would hit, but wouldn't do very much. Would do about 11. So we just pull back like this, and we should be in a pretty decent position, even if she does take a hit. Assuming she doesn't get doubled or something. 25 speed, 22 speed. No, she's fine. Okay, this cluster here. Let's make sure we don't run into trouble with these 2 unless we can handle it. We obviously do not want Ike to be, or rather Louis and Ike to be within range of that either. But he could potentially go a Briannica Spear against one of these. In combination with another attacker that might be useful. Speed 22 against speed 16. So he would get doubled by magic attack. We basically don't want that to happen. All Crystal Leaf, however, should be able to just punch this out with no issues. With some issues. That's fine. We'll just kill it some other way. Yeah, I have to be really careful here because speed on this guy, speed 30 on a lot of them. Speed 30 is actually not going to do anything except the one unit that will be doubled is Louis. So we can just take one of them out directly. Again, we cannot stand close. We don't really have anybody on counter here, do we? Yeah, I should have saved the longbow back, but the mages will not be able to do anything against Pendreo. Pendreo does have defense 12, so he'll be a bit vulnerable to the dagger attack, but I think he'll be okay. Alternatively,
You got it.
try to go Killer Bow down here, or Radiant. And Killer Bow doesn't quite do enough. Get used to it not doing absolutely everything for me. Killer Axe will straight up kill that, so that's probably the best play over there. Yeah, because Pendreo can act as a magic tank just fine.
As you wish, Divine One.
and can therefore help me do a combined attack against one of these. And we'll just need to be able to soak dagger attack that guy, which I think I'll be able to do. So let's go Anna up here.
Come again.
Yeah. Oh yes, and I haven't used Jean yet either, but Jean I think is going to be more useful for something like a Jane Guard. This one, I mean, he can try to burn somebody down immediately. I guess that would work.
I'll do my best.
He goes Flashing Fist against one of these. Oh, that's actually quite good. He can go Flashing Fist against the other one, and then the main issue there is that you can have 41 attack against him. And if he's on Flashing Fist, I think he does take the extra 5 damage with Ida resistance, so you would take about 30 damage on the next turn, eventually. Better to put him over here then. But yeah, he can definitely get one kill. Pendero plus Louis can get one kill with a spear. And yeah, so that's the only risk factor here, is just Jean getting pummeled by 2 separate attacks, which will not do enough. He'll be fine. In which case, let's go Pendreo over here.
Come and get it.
And then Jean over here. I might as well just embrace it. And he should be doing okay.
I need to be more diligent.
I'm expecting he'll take about, with Erica's ability in place, to offset some of the damage, he'll take about 24 damage next turn, I think. That's okay. And it will be at range, so he can't fight back. As I turn to Selka, that's the only loose end here. Let's bring her back here so we have some magic attack going towards the bottom cluster. I think this will work. Yeah, they're going to clear it away slightly. That's more or less expected. That cluster is ripe for Ivy freezing everybody again, so long as their engage power remains active, which may not be the case. I do want to cluster up, though, because... yeah, like I said, worst case was 24 damage. That calculation was exactly on the ball. Okay, so we've still got 2 turns on Ivy. Using the freeze on Ivy is generally going to be helpful. And particularly if we disable the whole cluster. We do need to worry about the Worm Slayer, though. That's one thing we need to deal with. In which she will not deal with alone. She can disable the top cluster, just so we don't need to worry about the X's at all. Yeah, we'll probably want to bust out top and push beyond that, as long as we don't get hit by the Silver Spirit Squadron up there. Okay, and got a couple of dagger attacks that are possible here, but past that, we should be able to do something like a bow shot to kill this and then pull back. That's probably the best move here, is to use Chloe for that purpose. I have to remember the crazy warp play as Pendreo probably is still possible, but that would be dependent on leaving Pendreo in place, of course. And doing two separate plays with Ivy using Seedall to reload her might actually be useful here. Because you can disable a unit and then go up and kill everything else, which might work. You can also do a kind of blade combination, where if you use a weapon that'll push, that's a bad idea. All the incoming damage. This guy looking rather tough. Oh yeah, 39 defense, of course. So you will need to hit that with magic. That's okay, we've got options. Celica, in fact, would be quite good against this. We won't attack like this, of course, but the more I look at this, the more I think that we will definitely want to freeze this with Corrin. And as the turn goes here, we do need to block off a physical attacker like the Great Lance down there. Because that will definitely be more than enough to one-shot her. This is flyers only, you can't just warp there with somebody. Let's think about this. But yeah, given the range on a lot of these units, I think probably sniping this and then running back is pretty viable. As long as you see where the magic attacks are potentially coming. And even if she does get attacked by the daggers, they don't do very much, and she's able to hit quite hard in return, which is a good situation to be in. So basically, yeah. We can probably just attack here and pull back by a spot. And if she gets hit by daggers, that's actually not the worst thing that could happen. Yeah, let's think about this. That makes a certain amount of sense. Stay out of range of this guy. He's due 41 against her 18. And a lot of these hit pretty hard. So, for example, yeah. So we definitely have to go bows, and I think we just pull back. And likely somebody's going to attack in a double and then open up room for her to be attacked from there, which we just probably need to deal with. We need to save this attack for later, when I know what her available positioning will be. We freeze the top cluster, that's fine, but we can also potentially kill it. And we can also just try to push pretty hard into this whole area. Marin's not going to do nearly enough, though. Using Roy's fire is also an option we haven't considered enough. Yeah, let's think about it, because we know Celica will be able to come back here and nuke somebody. Read a bunch of stuff here. Anyway, let's pick off the low-hanging fruit before we get back to that half of the turn. We want to push up towards these guys? Yeah, we probably do, because I think I'm slightly less worried about those. So the Great Lance, yeah. We'll do it that way, I think. Unless 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's not gonna outright kill anything else there, I don't think. But we just get out of range of the mages and just pull back. I think that's going to be the short of it. And can we do it? We can do it with everybody except Pendreo, but that's okay because Pendreo can tank. Or, no, that's Jean. Okay. Jean can just kill. And kills one, he'll just need to deal with the other. Okay, Jean takes that one down below. And then you've got 4 attackers remaining against 3 pieces up top. This allows you to attack safely. Some definition of safely. Might need to burn Leaf's engage power right now.
I'm sorry.
We'll see how the quad attack stacks up, but I think it's likely I'll have to use it against somebody. Yeah, so Pendreo kind of down here. One possibility here is Gato. Longbow, nope. Doesn't quite do it. Or does it? Because, let's say you're in a longbow, you do 17, up to 17, it probably won't be quite that much. Then you basically have 2 attackers that have finished that off. Then you're able to send in the other 2. Anna with Radiant Bow will very nearly get the kill, but not quite. But then Anna is a backup attacker who is available, so it may even work to use her as a backup against this unit right here. There will be the chain attack. Won't quite do enough. It is pretty substantial. To the point where with an engage, you might be able to find something in there. Or not. But anyway, we do have an extra attacker, that's the important thing. Which leads me to suspect we'll just do things this way. Damage there. Yeah, I think we can probably do it. Do we have a plan B? Not really. We'll try to go for the most reliable damage that we can find. Okay,
I
that'll
live
do
to
it.
fight again.
Close call. That one miss in the middle. Luckily it was the small shot that missed, not the big one. Luby and Ike obviously can't stand here. And we don't want to stand too close to that either. Like taking advantage of. And this crit is going to be the name of the game here. Also potentially trying to win with a crit instead. We can do that. We've made crazier plays. We can also see what the options are with the axe. Yeah, because this one would just need one of the hits to crit in order to work. And then somebody would come with a tome. That would hit pretty hard, but that is completely survivable. And the question is, we go with a lance over here. It's 35. We do 21 with Alchrist. We can't really. That's the weak link right now. It's not doing enough against that one. Yes. But this is really the only location... Well, I mean, unless I kill this first. Yeah, maybe this positioning with Pendro was not the best, but that's okay, because he should have been positioned lower down since he's able to tank more shots than the mages. Now, if I went Radiant Bow against this guy, doesn't quite do it. We got 59 attack here against this guy. 68 attack. You know, I should just be able to kill it. 2, 3, 4, 5, except I can't get within range. That's the main issue here. Is that were I on a Great Lance, I could still go here and kill it. Since I'm not, we might even have to take a shot from it. Speed 26. Yeah, we might just have to take a shot from this guy. And go down here and kill. Let's go Flashing Fist against this guy. Yeah, if we take one arrow shot, that's not too bad. I think we're able to receive that with just about anybody. And then we just take out that guy instead. We just need to be aware of where this guy can hit with Excalibur. And actually, because of that, yeah, I think it makes sense to stay out of range of this mage and just kill this guy and let this one attack in with the bow. The question is, does he really get anybody else into trouble? Not really, I don't think. Let's hit plus 40, yeah, that'll just happen. So what we'll do is we'll attempt to kill it both. If she crits both shots, then we're in great shape. If she doesn't, then we'll look for alternatives. However... Or she could do the safe thing. I think we may, unfortunately, be forced to do the safe thing. Because I just don't get enough follow-up damage as Alchrist. Or we can do this dependent on how Alchrist does in this shot. That's a miss. That's a crit, though. That's good. It does mean that I have some options here. How much damage do I take from this guy? Decent amount, but yeah, easier to kill the mage first, I think, and then pull back up. And if the arrow hits me, that's fine. I think everybody here should be able to survive it. And against an enemy who only has a bow, with everybody on a ranged attack, you're in good shape.
I'm pretty tough, you know.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, I do get the first strike here, which is important because otherwise I would die. It's gotta be Brianna. No surprises? No surprises.
First one's free.
Is that sufficient?
Okay, good. That cluster is done. We have half the turn to go. This stuff over here. So, lots to do. I'm glad we took care of that side first because this one is the side that's more prone to risk. We can just stall back there and get Marin and Roy to start attacking around here. Maybe. I think we definitely need to avoid being sandwiched, and then the way to do that is we do need to take out these guys immediately. So we can defend against all of those at once. If we can manage to take out one of these immediately, of course. Yeah, the Worm Slayer is a bit of a problem. We just can't attack into it with my best units and most functional units that are currently in this cluster. Given that, I think it's going to be Citrina Celica over here. I think there was a reason that we didn't want to do that too impulsively. That she's still within range of somebody coming in from the bottom. Nope, she's not. Okay, that's good. Just need to take care of the other two. Seedall is going to do pretty well on that score as well, so let's just preview this to see what she's able to kill. She's able to one-shot that guy. So then, can we do some kind of combined attack over here? That nearly gets there. It's got about a 19% crit. It might actually be able to do something useful. But then you'd have to deal with the priest coming in with the Elfire down there, so let's make sure we mark some of this stuff at least. It's a little hard to see my own markers here. The terrain does blend a little bit. But suppose we take these off because we know what the range of coverage here is going to be. Then I think the idea still remains hit this, pull back further, make a play with Seedall up here. I don't even want to put Aaron over here.
Now I'm mad.
Okay, crit's gonna simplify things. Now, instead of freezing this whole cluster at once, they're not really a threat. This side is a bit of a threat. So yeah, we'll figure out Chloe's positioning last, probably, so... This guy, yeah, the thing is, if he's able to move forward, we forgot to account for this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's still able to hit. One range. That's going to be 40 and speed 31. We'll hit pretty hard. I shouldn't have moved Marin over here, in fact, because I forgot that once we vacate this location, this guy becomes a problem. It's okay, because we're going to maybe freeze him instead. We could nuke this guy, or we could freeze him. Regardless, she's got to get out of there. Well, let's see how we do against this guy first. Because if we manage to do a nice solid attack that gets a crit, for instance. I'm just looking at a crit chance here to see what will make the most sense. Yeah, that goes, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to be out of range. Good. Yeah, because if this is actually going to kill, then we are in much better shape. Yeah, he's pretty much impossible to hit as well, so... Got 26% crit. If either of them do it, then, well, they won't. That's fine. It's okay, because... Oh, this guy's still going to fly back here and potentially hit. Okay, so we do need to kill it. think the responsible play is to freeze. And then we fly away. Yeah. That's 69%, 59% hit rate though. It's not great. I think we actually just let this guy attack in then. Because he's got, what, 40 attack? As long as nobody else does. This is going to hit, but that's magic damage, and Citron is basically safe against that. Yeah, we just let him run into us then. 40 attack over 18, that's going to do 22. Won't have the speed advantage or the spell advantage. Main thing is just all the backup attacks that are running around here. So we'll attack this guy. And we'll pull back. And we'll probably use her to attack on the other end as well. Okay. We'll stick to the original plan then. It's quite a lot of range checking to do, but we'll simplify it turn by turn until it is something a little more tractable. Yeah, so Cedal will go over here, dance, and then also move out of position. Or into a safe position, rather. Cannot really see this very well. I think he should actually go here. Except that is attackable, so here's good. And Ivy and Corin. Then probably with this. And tuck themselves away. She's still got 2 turns. You know what? That Torrential Roar would have been useful. I should have considered using Torrential Roar against this guy. It actually would have frozen the entire cluster. Not quite. It would not have frozen these two. It would have gone down the line and frozen anything onto the side. I think. But we're not going to worry about that.
Guess I did it right.
Anyway, pretty long turn, but quite a lot to consider, so. Yeah, so Chloe and Lynn will hit this, and then she will pull way back. And the Bolganon would hit in that location. Well, would it? Ah, yes, because it would be here in the woods. Okay, so we probably don't want to do that. Anything else still might be potentially susceptible to Eve's ganging up on her. And particularly once the doubles get taken down. Yeah. So she can take maybe an attack from one thief and one Volcanon. Let's. So if she's here, then she takes 41 magic, which is going to be about 23. Nobody's going to outspeed her, no, so. So even if a dagger comes in, 37. Yeah, that's the thing, is that the thieves don't get blocked because they have pass. But they might prioritize attacking these targets anyway. It's just if these targets go down, what do they do? 37. Yep. We'll just go here.
begin.
One for me!
A good wind.
Yeah, I'll go here. She'll be vulnerable to 2 attacks. They should be survivable. Okay, let's see if this turn actually worked at all. Quite a lot to consider, but I think I played relatively safe. Yeah, but you need to think ahead, of course, to movements in future turns in terms of trying not to totally get stuffed. Particularly with my right side group rather out of position right now. This is simplifying rapidly though, simply because we're getting so many kills per turn. And getting lots of kills on the defensive side is always extremely useful. Also, it helps that the hit rate has been extremely favorable to me. That I'm winning a lot of rolls I don't expect to when it comes to ending misses. That's Bow Knights, Wolf Knights. Yeah, we'll worry about that in a moment. Okay, so these guys back here don't hit anything yet. I don't think. Now is potentially a good time for the Torrential Roar, perhaps. Yeah, everybody here is still engaged, capable, but we have 1 turn left on my original set with Ivy, Corin, and so on, so we want to try to be extra efficient about that. Probably want to kill this thing, and I think we can do it. We do have the units in position to potentially just attack into them right away. But then we would need to do some kind of big freeze down here. Or down here. In fact, it is possible to freeze all these units with 2 attacks from Ivy. And then we just don't deal with any of them. But then we'd still need deal with quite a lot back there. So we should save Ivy for that. We should use Ivy in combination with Seedall to basically freeze everything. Stop these guys, stop these guys. And just disable the whole cluster. Then we try to get rid of these 2 as soon as possible. Now, given the presence of the Wormslayer, that is potentially a tall order. Thoron is going to have enough damage to get the kill. Or is it? 41 damage. And that's exactly 41. So yeah, that is obviously the play. And we try to make sure she's out of range of all these guys back here.
Now this help needs a wash.
And yeah, we'll worry about these later. Let's just try to do what we can down here first. A Radiant Bow is going to take that down quite a ways, but yeah, so the idea is that we just won't worry about these guys if we can get the kill on this. And the other mage, of course. That is kind of important. Chloe might be able to do it. Also, she's still able to call doubles, which is kind of important in its own right. And the fact that she has the 55% crit on 2 attacks here might be the key. As long as she remains out of bow range, she would basically have to pull out to this location and she'd be vulnerable to the sword attack. Which would do 41 over 24. Yeah, no, she'd live. But she needs to hit and then pull back 1. And we don't even know if the crit will land at this point, so definitely have to calculate a risk here, especially with the. I'm considering what it is. Okay, that actually does work quite well. Because I might be able to get in here and attack in with something that would hit somewhat reliably. Yeah, the hit rates here are not good. What about that Armor Slayer? 67%, not great either. What about this attack from Alcris? Down by 1 damage. Is there a way to buff him up? We haven't used Marin yet, that's kind of important. That might be the key. In fact, she gets a pretty solid hit here, okay, so that's good. In that case, let's see if we can do a rather complicated play with Ivy. So Ivy would need to hit here, and she would need to hit here. I don't think her engage meter gets exhausted after her first shot, does it? If it does, we're obviously in a rather bad shape, but I mean, it should last until the end of the turn. Thoron. Okay, none of these will kill, so we'll want to stay out of range and go Thoron. Going to be tricky, but it will freeze either way, so. Okay, it doesn't matter if she misses. As long as she's able to reach this location with her next attack. So we'll go over here with Marin. And just go level sword. She still has a full life bar. Did we miscalculate? I think we miscalculated. She still has a full life bar. Did we not account for this? If we didn't account for this, then we need to do the crazy warp play, perhaps. Or we do torrential roar against these 4 and soak up 1 attack from this guy. Yes, because torrential roar would freeze these 4. And you'd have to deal with this one. But you got 41 attack and 28 speed. The main issue is that Citrin would be the one in trouble, but there are ways to block that off. Now, like here, for instance. You just basically need to obstruct him from reaching. No, that's a problem. And that's a pretty big problem, in fact. Unless we can fish her out somehow. She'll get hit hard and she'll get doubled. I think I did miscalculate. However, no. We go Silver Blade. And then we push. In the act of pushing, we also need to snipe this guy. For sure we need to snipe him. 79% don't like it. In the act of pushing, we set up the Torrential Roar. Oh, this is going to be rough. And then 41 attack into you afterwards. This is a 39% hit, though, so hopefully I'm just going to dodge everything and everything will be alright. But it has to be this, I think. Assuming there are no issues with it being moved. Yeah, it has to be this. But it is rather dependent on this move working out. Okay, good. Yeah, this won't reach anything, but this guy is a problem. Speed 28. Ivy's going to get out of the way, so she's not going to be hit anyway, but this one is an issue. Particularly because I forgot once again to put on a physics staff. Let's just go. It must be the play, so hopefully it'll just miss.
This is just like when I fought the soldiers my mother created for our mock battle. Mother
What a coincidence.
is gone, but wherever she may be.
Okay, good. That's a miss. And that's a smash. Which means it goes back. Which then means Ivy and Corin are able to go in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xenol is going to leave this position and pull back once he does this. Having Corin do the Torrential Roar. And then she also pulls back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it should not be able to hit. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so Ivy pulls back to this location. Oh, that's assuming she can pull back after the Torrential Roar, which, through the nature of some skills, actually isn't something we should take for granted. So, as a precaution, we need to change her speed. Her speed's 24, though, thanks to Seedall doing his thing. So, actually, yeah, the speed buff from the dance saves her, partly. Just trying to figure out what will give us the best advantage if we're on defense against this guy. Might actually be all surge. Sure hope I didn't miscalculate anything here. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, she'll hit in this location. Okay, Torrential Roar. That will freeze the whole cluster, I think. Wait. Yes, no, that'll freeze the whole cluster. And then you pull back.
I've decided.
Now that just buys time. But it does mean the next turn after this is still potentially a bit of a mess, so... This is fine. None of these can attack. The bows, however, are going to be an issue next turn, and the Silver Sword is going to attack into me this turn, so... And we do need to eventually kill this stuff, because my bee can't do this next turn. Indeed, maybe the biggest problem right now that we have is that next turn we will no longer have the freezing ability. Unless we put her on Emblem energy somewhere and then warp her back in. So we actually want to collapse as much of my crew as possible back into the center. And yeah, we can maybe take some of these guys out along the way, but that's kind of a secondary consideration at the moment. Might just need to get Louis in there to tank a little bit. Bows and daggers, though. Let's see what we can do. I think we just mostly want to be out of range of Wolf Knights, which is difficult because they will come in pretty quickly. And they are going to limit my movement. Andreo's way up here, so he can't really do the warp play very well this turn. Yeah, maybe we do actually need to attack into this and kill it, but this cluster here. Either that, or Jean can use to rewarp and block this location. Oh, I like that. How far does the rewarp go? 5 spaces. I think he might just be a little bit short. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's just a little bit short of doing that. But Andreo could potentially use a warp. 5 spaces, and he could use the warp to block this location using Louis. Go over here, you can warp Louis 5 spaces, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kill these two, move Louis up here, and block. Yeah. Does mean I need to kill these two first. With the pieces available to me, so let's figure this out. Killer Bow will just take it. Okay, that works. We might not even need to be that fancy. Because, let's see, you got 34 attack. Against Alchrist. If he engages, then he's adaptable, right? Which means... Speed 31 against speed 36, so he will run into some issues, depending on his weapon set. No, he maxes out at speed 26. So, no way he can't tank that. you do need to get Louis up there. So. But we'll snipe this.
I hope this is enough.
Do it at 3 range, so
If I did that.
Chris has some room to move forward after that. So next round, we'll be marching in. Maybe switching to the Warp 1 staff was a bad idea. But we'll send Jean up there and hopefully we'll be able to do something. Yeah, everybody's going to be just slightly out of position, unfortunately. In the next move, they're not going to be able to reach the cluster that I've frozen. But let's say I move him here. Break the staff. And these guys will just pretty much straight up die. Oh, too bad about the Lance. They're not quite doing enough. But the Great Lance has the best available range, so I think we'll just stick with it. Yeah, we'll just stick with it. Okay. Jean will actually want to rewarp. The reason he wants to do that is because we need him in there next turn. And he's way out of position right now, so the question is, where does he rewarp? Does he go down here, perhaps, to assist down below, or does he cluster up with the remaining allies? Maybe even switching to shield and speed 22, though. He's going to have speed trouble with most of the units here. Yeah, potentially he could attack into somebody here, so he just needs to do 28 attack with Shielding Arc, for instance. And so he's in this position right here. The only person who can hit him, yeah, you would be able to remove the mage on the defensive turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Except, of course, you can't get that far. No, it would have been nice. That's okay. Failing that, then we just need to rewarp in far enough to make a difference. So, probably down here, just so we have access to as much of the enemy as possible. Might be a little far from the rest of the cluster, but it might be less awkward to move around. But that is a lot of stuff we potentially have to kill next turn. Unless we once again set up some kind of wall. Yeah, usually, in fact, this is the kind of area where if I had not warped Louis over here, I would have just warped him over here, and we can still do something similar using a rescue staff. Where once he's done with this position, we pull him back over with a rescue staff, and then have him come here and do some really big, thrilling tanking maneuver. I still think, for the time being, though, that we are going to use rewarp. Pull in here somehow. Let's think about this, because if I'm able to hit any of these, really, Yeah, should... well, I don't want him to get surrounded, although he won't, because the move speed is 0. But everything will still be in position after this turn. Okay, for the sake of access then, I think we actually do it this way. Not here, although actually with the avoidance being what it is, maybe we'll be able to just tank everything. Because this is vulnerable to 2 attackers. Worst case scenario, he gets hit by both. So how would that work? It would be 36 magic attack, 37 physical. And he's so well shielded that he can just take it. So let's just go there. And he can do a little bit of chip damage this turn. Yep. It'll be very minor. But that little bit of 10 damage might potentially help, so who knows. Okay. This is getting a little dicey. Quite dicey, in fact. Probably need to pull back somehow. That is so many units. We might be here a while. That's remaining units in the map. I think we actually just retreat and form a defensive line. The Flyers can get out of there just fine. They've actually got plenty of room to move. Everybody else, you can kind of hit units as you retreat. But that's a lot of bows and other things. But the thing about the Flyers is that if you hit units with them, they can at least still run away. With counter. And it's probably the way to do it, in fact. Just get in here and do hit and run as much as possible. The Worm Slayer, we really do need to get rid of at some point. Yeah. Okay, Brave Lance will actually kill it, so that's what we should do for sure with Chloe this turn. And even so, I don't know if she'll pull back far enough to get away from the bow. She might not, and that would definitely be a problem. However, there might be ways to pull her out. So if she can actually hit this at range, that would be better, but it seems like the Brave Lance is the main way to kill it. Or, oh, that's not her. Yeah, Worm Slayer, 1717. Flame Wild set. Why doesn't she have a javelin or something on her? Oh, maybe because I replaced it with the upper side, thinking that it had 2 range. Yeah, okay. I made a mistake because she's supposed to have something like a javelin or a spear for this kind of circumstance, and I think I traded it off of her. Which is kind of a problem right now. Thoron's not going to do it though, okay. Citrine and Silica, however, might be able to do it. 44, not good enough. What about with engage? Nope. Let's see. Yeah, Wormslayer I think is going to be the biggest problem. We do need to nuke it. If Jean and Erica stay on their defensive stance, for the most part, Jean can actually tank all of this. Main issue is going to be the Great Lance, which is 60. And also the amount of backups that we have. Because backups always do tons of extra damage that we can't account for. 47 guy over here. Let's see. But then Jean can stand on the pillar and a lot of attacks will miss. Let's see. Principle behind it here. You've got like 11%. The Flashing Fist doesn't do quite so well, 41%. Yeah, but of course you can't just defend on the pillar, right? It's going to do a bit more than that. Well then, let's see. It's going to be some kind of pullback this turn. It's just a matter of like how many we can take down with us along the way, particularly with these bows incoming. We might need to snipe the bows on the side and then pull out. Because the bows are the biggest risk right now, given all the flyers. The daggers are pretty bad too, but you don't introduce the same difficulties with type advantage. Yeah, so Brave Lance would kill that. We can take out all the bows. Well, we'd still be massively trapped in a central cluster, so... That's not going to do much. Oh, if only we had the warp snap, we could still use Andreo to pull out an entire cluster using warp. Now, however, if we manage to get something like a rescue staff over to him, we might still be able to do it. Like, if we get a rescue staff on him and he just pulls everyone out. It'd be a slightly insane play, but even if you just go over here. Oh, he's gonna be one spot off. That's too bad. Then if Ivy, who has a rescue staff, fights somewhere along here, and then pulls back, then Pendreo can do the trade. And then he should actually be able to do a full rescue with Micaiah's power. And just pull everyone back here. The problem is that you still have the same problem, which is that you ultimately do need to defend against all these units coming in. And do we still have thieves with pass? Yeah, we do. So you would just be delaying the problem that is incoming. But what you can do is also use rescue staff on Louis. So you can use one rescue staff to pull Louis in. You can get Louis over here. Yeah, you'd have to take out the mage, of course. That's the only person that he's really kind of vulnerable to. Probably not one within range of the Great Landsider, so he doesn't get pushed, but then you basically get Louis over here to do the massive ether, as long as he doesn't die to backups, which is also an issue. So there's a huge counter over here, and then you pull everybody else into the back, perhaps. You might not even need to do that. You might be able to do a lot of that movement manually. So, for example, yeah, Citron's got a rescue staff. Ivy's got a rescue staff. Citron again. Is he within range? Yeah, he should be. Pull him out. And then we need to deal with the Wolf Knight some other way. We can do that. We probably just use Anna and Leaf back here to deal with that somehow. We wouldn't want to expend Louis right away because although having Seedall available here, he is available here, right? Where is he? Might help in that respect. And that you could pull Louis back with a rescue. Well, let's take a look at the positioning here. It's not like a pulls Louis back. It would likely dump him here. There's particular logic to where a unit ends up when you use that. And it's not always obvious. Okay, let me think about that. Because potentially you could also control this using Ivy. If Ivy gets a rescue staff down on him, what's the range on this? 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or 8. And then she would deposit him somewhere valid. Like here. And then you could at least guarantee that that spot is reachable by Seedall, who can then reload him and have him come in for either. The positioning here is going to be very weird. And it would also mean that Ivy can't do the magic attack as much as she would benefit from doing so. How come she can get the 45 on a Worm Slayer here? It must be some ability of hers. Let's take a look. Because it didn't seem like she could do so from... What's the hit rate on that? We're on 66%. Yeah, we're not doing that. It's... You should come over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could even go back here, and then we wouldn't have to worry so much about her vulnerability. Or about Seedall's positioning. Assuming that she does, in fact, dump Louis into the right location. So, in fact, that would even allow me to attack here with Louis and move him one space over. Which doesn't even work because this guy still has 1 point of damage, but that's okay. That's what finishing him off with Alchrist will do. Okay, I think we have it. This is an extremely complicated play. We should nevertheless be able to. It's going to be a slightly crazy sequence that we're attempting here. Okay, Ivy over here. Staff rescue. Oh, he's totally in the wrong place. Oh, he's totally in the wrong place. That doesn't work. Because she dumps him over here instead of here. Okay. Yeah, no, because originally I was going to rescue him from this position. Because that would force him to be in this location. I think I might actually want a time crystal out of that simply because even though it's not necessarily a game-losing maneuver or something, or a unit-losing maneuver, it does completely mess up the plan. I will probably time crystal out of it. Because there's too much to deal with otherwise. Yeah, the play doesn't work if you don't do this properly, so... I didn't even need to do that. It was mainly just... and it wasn't a good location for that in the first place. Yeah, okay, so we need to redo this. This is maybe the first time in a game, no, the second time in a game maybe, that I've used a time crystal for non-lethal reasons. There was something similar where something didn't behave. But yeah, there's no point trying to map this out of... It's going to be like that. Okay. Let's redo this. I think... Yeah, let's map out the chart again. Okay, so how many spaces? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we actually need to retain him in this location instead of being too fancy. Okay, so it should force him into the one valid square. Yeah, we didn't check the woods when I changed the play that allowed Ivy to move one space even further. Okay, good. That's where he's supposed to go. And we'll pull back. We will finish this guy off. That with Alchrist. We'll go longbow here just to make it easier for him to go back to rejoin the party.
I'm sorry.
Okay, then Seedall is going to tap him here. Now I believe we do need to kill the mage. And the backups are going to be pretty vicious too. Pantero's not quite far enough to grab the staff off of Citrin. So defensive line is still not quite where it needed to be. Because I think one of the things I wanted to do with the rescue play in the first place was to trade off a staff if I can. However, it might still be possible. I wonder if Cantor applies to... Yeah, it can move 2 spaces after acting. I wonder if it applies to trading items as well, in which case you'd actually want Chloe to come back here, grab the item, move back. But then in that case, why would you even use the warp staff anymore? Yeah, might just try to take advantage of high evasion here. Might be a disaster of a turn, but we'll see if we can make it work. Yeah, so we'll want Louis and Ike up front in some fashion. Maybe form the defensive line here. Just go 3 units up here. Except we don't really have a 3rd unit to use with that. And the corners would be vulnerable. Yeah, actually, Avatar might be usable here. Particularly if I can do something like a chain guard. Do we have? Yeah, because if we have a heal up on Jean and he does a chain guard, that might do it. Because you can kind of get Louis in a position up front. Let's see, what does this do? 37 and 19, okay. Really would like to take that one out. I think the best way to do it is actually to just snipe with Chloe and then pull her back with Cantor. That still potentially gets her into issues with the bow. Because she's still well within bow range. Got 2 bows here. Either that, or we just pull back here with Fanato. But then we would need the defensive line to take place in front of him, which might be a little bit rough. Because that's a lot of attackers coming in and a lot of backups. Oh, no wonder Thoron worked earlier with the thought of Ivy dumping a Thoron on a Wormslayer from up top. It was because of the adjacency bonus from standing beside the Avatar. Let's figure this out. This is going to be a bit rough. But yeah, basically if we have kind of Louis up front here, and then we make it difficult for other units to get in. Might still be able to do this. Because Louis up here, let's say. We might still want to do the mass warp. The thing about warp is that you'd still have a decent range on that, right? But oh, you don't have warp anymore. Okay. Interestingly enough, what I should have considered in the first place was doing a mess and trap, actually, just to separate the crowd from each other. I wonder if I can still do that, in fact. We just pull some of them out, and in doing so, allow myself to attack into, say, a cluster like this one while retreating. I don't know if I have the damage output to really do that in the way that I would like, but that way you can actually have some units back here, like Anna would be useful as well. If you just pull everybody back, say it with, we'll test it out for a moment. What's the range on this thing? 1 to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a little too far back.
Emblem,
but for the sake of argument. if you did entrap over here, when you grab all 4, that's 85%. Would relocate it over to Pendrayo, but then that's a little far away. But basically, if you use Micaiah in combination with the entrap staff, you can pull all these guys back, collapse back towards them, and then defend a front line. And then so that's how you eat your cake, and, or rather have your cake and eat it too, is that you drive everyone back. This might be interesting. Like, I don't think we can do the capture 4 down here, but we can maybe capture 3 and get rid of the Wormslayer. And this guy. And then you'd still be able to set up your defensive line afterwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, let's say we do that. Let's say we just pull them. And then we attack back into them. And the thing is, we can still do that for multiple turns because we'll have Micaiah available for multiple turns. Now, because then we can attack into these in a position that does not leave me exposed. Massively exposed. This might be fun. It might be a disaster, but it might be fun. So let's do it. Yeah, it would entrap 3. His range is actually excellent on this. Because the range... Yeah, because the casting range is extended by a bunch as well with Micaiah, so it's actually possible that I could even extract some of these guys, but no, I think the idea should be to extract a front line, because then you just run out of range of the line behind that. So it's just a matter of like how far back I want to pull them then, because let's say I go here, and I can attack somebody with Chloe and then continue to pull back. And go back here perhaps. Just a matter of how far I'm willing to go. I'm kind of limited in terms of where I can take the Avatar. I think we will still end up ultimately setting up a defensive line with 3 units up front, but then you won't be able to be hit by very much. Like, you won't have as much incoming damage. If I'm going to be here, then we can perhaps have Ike up front to kind of create a triangle and get John back here. In which case, yeah, let's just try something. Let's have a bit of fun. Just grab everything. And then Anna can kill something, hopefully. So we can go back here with Flame Lance. We might not even do the Flame Lance. We might move first. Avatar can come back here. Let's figure out the most efficient way to do this. The 68% crit here is pretty useful because we just need 1 shot to crit to get rid of this guy. Let's just do it.
A little product demo more than
And we can continue to do this in future turns. Just using a trap staff to totally break the enemy formation. We want to create a little bit more space for Fagato to move, so he can potentially drop a longbow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, he's got to go back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So, yeah. So, for instance, Trina Celica, they could go back here, and you can create a triangle to make it so that she's out of range. She could get the kill there, but that is best. And as for Fagato, if he goes Radiant Bow, that would do decently, but maybe you could do better. Also, Warp Ragnarok is still available on her. That's something that we shouldn't forget. But the idea is that we want to be out of range of the bows. If that's the case, maybe Warp Ragnarok is actually the way to go. Let's see.
Emblem, engage!
Because let's see if we go here. Doesn't quite one-shot, but it pulls her out to the back, which is the thing that we want to do. She does have 5 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So potentially she can go over here once this unit has already been cleared, and then clear this unit from that position. Yeah, I think we definitely want like the active here. There are no magic attacks from this point. It's more a matter of making sure I don't die to the backups. Yeah, because this position allows me to, as somebody said here, either that or we do a kind of flat line here. Kind of like this, it reduces potential complications. Unless I do a line that's Louis, Avatar, Jean over here. Then we would still have some potential issues, I think, of 2 range attacks. No. Fundamentally, we just need to figure out who kills who. That's the whole point of making such a big mess out of this. And indeed, if we commit to this position, I mean, this position is going to capture more stuff as far as ether goes. Oh yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it. It might be a terrible idea, but...
Emblem, engage!
And then we'll go physical defense because everything is physical, so we'll just go with Ragnar, probably. Because it's not heavy armor that's the issue here. Although, the thing is, my defense is already good enough. It's more that against backup attacks, I don't really know how to the calculation works in the first place. I guess as a defense against the fellow who's on 60 speed, not 60 speed, 60 attack, you might want Ragnar, but let me take a look here, just to be absolutely sure. Speed 11 on him. A lot of stuff will try to double me here, or do the double backup, or Push with a Great Lance. Oh yeah, push with a Great Lance. We need to be careful with that. We can't stand in a position that allows the Great Lance to push him out of the way. So it actually does have to be here. We just shouldn't be in range of the Great Lance, I think. Yeah. Okay. No, that's right. And if that's not an issue, then we should... Well, let's see who's actually going to be in position there. Let's... A lot of units, but... Also, if you just go shielding art against this guy... Yeah, let's just do that.
Goodbye.
Okay, so the idea is that we will move back here. I'm gonna go engage, and then let's maximize damage output instead then. And we'll go Irvine. Okay. Now we will see who can actually hit. So that's the thing that we need to watch out for, is this bow here. Means that I might actually have to pull out quite a ways with Citron and stuff like that, but we'll do that as we go. Because we might need to use Warp Ragnarok defensively just to get out of there. And reposition her in the back. I think it does work. Yeah, because we'll just pull out over here. It'll hit, it won't quite kill, but...
Not about to stop.
Then, oddly enough, this is one of my better defensive units at this point, just probably because of the evasion. And yeah, that'll work.
This is it! I won't forget you.
Very tricky, but I think we'll get it. Now also here, Chloe I think should be able to do some kind of preemptive attack. And still have a chance to pull back. For example, we'll kill a lance. Would not quite do enough for this to be worth it, unless she crits both hits, which we shouldn't depend on. But if she's able to hit somebody with Flame Lance or somebody, and then pull back from there, then at least she can do some preliminary damage and then get out of that position. But yeah, we're going to pull a bunch of these guys back, I think. Also, there's something down here? No, let's not mess around with it. Let's just keep it simple. Just do a quick hit and run. That we know will allow a valid retreat. Yeah, so as long as we don't get pushed by the Great Lance, we're actually okay. Bagato will just have to pull back. We'll have 2 safe squares to retreat to, which is fine by me. And then we just need to keep the front line healed up. The problem is that we only really have 2 real tanks, and we'll have quite a bit to deal with in this position afterwards. But one thing we haven't used to our advantage yet is Roy's fire, in fact, because that imposes a pretty considerable slowdown on the enemy and can really lock them up. But I think once we have them at the choke point, we'll do that. So we'll wait here. And yeah, notice that once you pull Bagato out, then this bow is able to hit something. However, if we go bow versus bow against him, well, Brave Bow will not be on the attack, so we come out pretty advantageously. So we should actually get on Silver Bow or something and just stand back here, because yeah, as long as we don't get knifed is the only thing. But if in the front position the only thing that's going to hit me are bows, we can in fact just park Bagato over here. And he should be relatively safe. Let's check the daggers again. I think he's okay. Instead of Radiant, though, we're going to switch him over to Silver. Okay, let's see if this turn works at all. That was extremely complicated. And if I have to reverse out of it, it is going to take some time. Luckily, I was defending, or rather depending on high evasion on my Avatar unit, and not too many backup attacks coming in here, which is always the factor that I have trouble with. I think we just need to assume that all the backups are going to do 7, and yeah, the problem is that they just cut right through defense. Like, the number completely ignores defense, as far as I can tell. So we absolutely need to heal him up and just hold the line, I think.
Don't stand in my way.
Here's easier. That'll create a little bit of space as well. Well, and it heals him up, which works out pretty well, I must say. Okay, we will definitely need to get rid of both archers this time, as well as this 60 damage fellow. We should prioritize backups after that, because they are the ones who are actually capable of poking here. We can also steadily creep up the line. Once we get rid of the Great Lance, we can move the triangle up 1 slot. And I think that'll still work. Now we want to make sure these guys are out of range. Oh wow, how did they have that much range? Did I forget to untag something? Oh no, it's just because this guy with the dagger can hit tons of stuff. Okay, so we'll need to be careful here. Also, it just blends really poorly with the ground here. Yeah. This is just got this really pale color over this light gray. It's very difficult to see. But anyway, we should be able to push into this and then ignore this cluster for now. We just want to destroy as much as we can up here. So first order of business is we probably want spell damage on this guy just to get rid of him. And where's Seedall located right now? He's important. Yeah, because then we can pull Ivy back 2 slots and potentially get a second attack off of her. So we should actually destroy as many ranged attackers as possible first. That means daggers, that means bows. So we will get rid of this guy. Great Lance needs to go.
From me to you!
Unforgivable.
And then we'll hit whatever we can at 3 range. Just to keep everybody in the back line. So for example, yeah, and then we'll probably just move the line up 1 spot. So for example, Celica will just be able to do an easy on over here.
May we all be protected.
Oh, we can probably push pretty hard actually. We've got so many attackers available. This is the part where we get a little bit reckless because I think we're doing a lot better than we are. 15 here won't quite work though. Yeah, let's hold Anna back for the time being until we have a well-defined role for her, I think. And getting rid of the daggers is a bit of an issue right now, but if we attack aggressively, then we can use Jean to get rid of quite a bit using Flashing Fist. Maybe we're able to do it. And we might have to in order to get rid of the daggers. But it does spoil the defensive line somewhat to put him on Flashing Fist, as his defense is so much worse. Anyway, Alchrist, is he able to hit anything? I don't think so. Yeah, he's way out of position. Marin and Roy. Marin and Roy might be interesting here because they can drop the massive fire attack. Which would actually burn a couple of these units, and so I wouldn't have to deal with them.
Emblem, engage!
If it turns out to be a poor position, we'll just rescue her out. Yeah, because we can basically trap a bunch of these guys now, and then we don't have to completely stop them, simply because the movement will be so restricted.
There's my opening!
Allows her to get a double kill in the front line too, which is certainly helpful. Okay, that allows me to do a couple of things, potentially. It means that this guy just can't even walk over, so we don't need to worry about him anymore. We do need to take out the frontliners, though. As well as the ones who are able to leave the edge of the fire. The ones who are not able to leave the edge of the fire, not a big deal. But it tells me that now would be a good time to go Flashing Fist. And we just prioritize the ones who are able to move at this point. So Anna and Lucina should probably get in to hit this guy. And we probably don't want to stand on fire ourselves, but if we have to in order to get kills, then we will. Yeah, and just block this guy off. Because the fire will basically restrict movement for me, so we have a lot more flexibility now. And the damage return, I believe, does happen at the beginning, which means that I'm probably okay just knocking this guy down to 10, it's just that we wouldn't get experience off of him. But then it's just a matter of setting priorities. You clear the line. So Anna and Lucina can come up here. You can then have a pretty solid hit. And we steadily pick this apart. Yeah, anybody who is stuck in the fire, of course, can also potentially have a second move to fish them back out, but we'll figure that out. Radiant bow against this guy? Yeah, I like that. We can do it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, too bad about that one rewind we had to do just because the rescue staff pointed the wrong way. Or rather that we were standing in a position where it was just one tile off because I made a last minute adjustment I shouldn't have. Because otherwise, this approach has worked out very, very well. Surprisingly well, in fact. If we need to stand on fire, we'll stand on fire. It's not a big deal. But we would probably want to pull out of that afterwards simply because some of these guys are able to walk in and do something about that. Let's yeah, let's fly around. Actually, Chloe is totally unaffected by fire because aerial attackers don't take the damage per turn, so not a big deal. So we should be able to get rid of all three, in fact. I think there are ways to do it. A Killer Lance here would obviously be quite good. Let's see where Seedall can double. Over here, okay. So we will just kill this first of all.
Come and get it!
I've had my eye on it.
And she'll be able to get a second attack in there. And then it's just a question of who the third attack is coming from. Yeah, because this guy we can just leave alive because he's not hitting anybody. Although this one should die to fire at the beginning of the turn, so what we should do is definitely go with her because she's got the most mobility and can do a hit and run. Yeah, so this will not be able to hit anything really. Oh yeah, hang on, I've got to do the canter. Let's get out of here. Here's good. Yeah, this guy can hit these locations here. This one... Yeah, so wherever we go, there's always a place to go where we will only be hit by, at most, one enemy. Do I have a ranged attack? Sword of the Creator if I'm engaged, which I can be because I have restored enough power. In fact, I've restored enough power to do the Engage Plus, which I think we'll probably save it. You know what? No, we have Engage, which means I didn't realize that I actually rebuilt my meter, because I rebuilt my meter so quickly. We can, in fact, do the Byleth thing of reactivating an entire cluster. Which means I can reactivate like 3 units, including Seedall over here, possibly 4 units. And welcome, CL Smith, with the chess people. At this point, I also noticed that my audio notifications were totally off. Let me just give you a quick shout out. Hope the chess has been treating you well. And yeah, this is a good time to read Shakespeare over this very intense music as I pick apart this rather difficult turn that we've been putting together. So, give me 1 second, Chess Bunzo. I will in fact take number 15. And I'll even bring up the special reading screen, which will maybe not overlap too well with the menus here, but forward music, I think it'll work. Now give me 1 second. So yeah, welcome everybody. We'll reach Shakespeare in a moment, because that's one of the things we do. The other thing we do is play strategy games like this one, as well as lots of Super Mario Maker, and our connection to CL Smith's stream is partly by way of Tournament Scrabble, which I understand CL Smith has actually been playing in person in several tournaments since the post-pandemic resumption. And so I do kind of follow the chess streaming community in a fairly casual sense as well, so welcome everybody who has come with that. Anyway, number 15 goes like this. When I consider everything that grows holds in perfection but a little moment, that this huge stage presented naught but shows, whereon the stars and secret influence comment. When I perceive that men as plants increase, cheered and checked even by the self-same sky, vaunt in their youthful sap at height decrease, and wear the brave state out of memory, then the conceit of this inconstant stay sets you most rich in youth before my sight, where wasteful time debateth with decay to change your day of youth to sullied night, and all in war with time for love of you, as he takes from you and graft you new. Okay, thank you for that request, Chess Bunzo. Let's get back into it. So, I'm actually, I think, reasonably close to the end of this map and the end of the stream, but of course I say that with the understanding that I am a very slow player, and even though we're probably about 2, maybe 3 turns away from winning this map, I'm thinking too, sometimes the precise method that we have for the tactics involved can take a little time to put together. So this that you see here right now on this board was a result of a very tricky maneuver that I did just now, where I had to basically pull a couple units out of position, retreat back towards them, snipe a couple units that had caught my net over here, and then form a defensive line around them, and then drop some fire here to slow down everybody's movement, and then push forward. And that was just the last turn, which I don't know how long it took, but if I look at my video afterwards, I think it probably took me about an hour to put together that turn, and which is just the most satisfying thing about this game, is that it is just tactics puzzles within puzzles. Anyway, what was I doing here? Oh yes, that's right. I was trying to figure out if I can snipe all 3 this turn, and I think I can, because I have a very fun maneuver ahead of me that I think I can do. And it's going to work like this. I'm going to, first of all, snipe this guy.
You were beautiful while you lasted.
While you lasted. And we'll maintain her in this position, I think, because we're going to reactivate a couple of separate units. And I think that's the way we'll do it. So we're going to move this guy into here. Do we need to heal anybody up? Let's see. Probably not. Yeah, so we're actually just going to leave him here. And I don't think we need to really do anything in this position just yet, but we'll wait. The reason is because here I'm going to reactivate the 4 units around me using our special power. And we'll have the opportunity to push forward from here. That should allow me to... This is slightly overkill, in fact, for this turn. We didn't need to do this just yet, necessarily. But then I can do a fairly big repositioning in advance of the next turn, so we can snipe things properly. So yeah, we're still potentially standing on fire here, so we should be careful about that. Let's see if we can attack into this guy. So what are we looking at over here? We should remain out of range of these guys. We'll attack into the range, but moreover, we need to find the daggers. So why was the ranged checker giving me something much bigger? I think we're fine, actually. It's just a little hard to see pink over purple over gray. Yeah, because if we do a hit and run on this unit here, even if we suffer through a little bit of damage from fire, we should be able to make it through. Also, I'm able to just reactivate a unit of my choice using this guy too. Which means we could get up here into a defensive line and just let them attack in and just hit them with spears, which should be fun. Yeah, because I can just come in here. I think this is how we'll do it. We'll wrap around here with this guy. Seedall's going to use Dance to reactivate Louis here. This might be a bit of a dangerous position. Let's rethink this for a moment. No, he won't be able to touch me. Let's go Dance. And we can pull back too. Although I don't think we necessarily need to. We might go here just to make sure we can catch a couple more allies along the way. The daggers are obviously going to be attacking in at range, so we do need to switch to a ranged weapon for this. Likely the Brionac. Although, how many turns do I have left on this? I've got 3 turns left on... Yeah, because the Ragnall gives me some additional defense. Might actually be one of the better performances here, but no, Brionac's going to do the most. Let's take that. That will allow me to maybe focus 2 attacks up here. Let's see first of all what I can do. Yeah, if I can get a crit on at least one of these hits, then that will get the kill. And then I pull her back into this position, probably. That might be vulnerable to 1 attacker at 2 range, but then that's going to be a 34 over 27. She'll be fine. She'll be absolutely fine. Or maybe even get rid of this guy first, and then we attack in this way, pull back 2 slots, and then that'll be very, very safe. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. Yeah, because I won't go through fire. In that case, let's attack into this position here. And yeah, welcome, Bali. I wouldn't say I'm a chess streamer. I watch chess channels, but I'm not really a particularly strong player myself. But I am connected to some of the chess people via a shared interest in Scrabble, which a lot of the recent recruits into tournament Scrabble have been coming from the streaming scene that is kind of intersecting with the chess streamers all the time, so hence the Josh emotes, yeah, of course. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, yeah, actually, I recently played another game called Triangle Strategy, not on stream, I played it off stream, which is very much like a spiritual successor to Final Fantasy Tactics Advance in that it has the isometric grid and is very elevation-based. Fire Emblem works on similar principles, but has a number of its own peculiarities that make it its own distinct experience. So, okay, let's go Killer Lance over here. I think we should be able to do it. This really should get the kill.
Hungry for more.
Yep, she'll get crit number 1, and then that's all one needed.
Simple enough.
It's funny because Fire Emblem has actually become so much bigger in the last couple of years since the big revival in the 3DS era, when for the most part people had given up the series for dead. And now it is bigger than it ever was, owing to all sorts of factors. So yeah, this is the new one that came out in January, which you may be aware of, already. Okay, so do we need to heal anybody up? Let's see here. I think we're fine. Just get him into position up here, and we'll wait. Then, yeah, he should probably come up here to do some kind of flank play, but I don't want him to keep him too separated, so let's bring all Chris down here. Yeah, because there was a period after Radiant Dawn on the Wii when it looked like they weren't even going to bother localizing every game out of Japan anymore. Definitely there was one game on the DS, which I think was the remake of Fire Emblem 3, that was Japan only. And yeah, until Awakening came out on the 3DS, the situation looked pretty dire. But yeah, now it's just back and bigger than ever, and of course this game, Engage, is actually kind of an anniversary tribute game that incorporates mechanics and characters from across the history of the series. It's very much this nostalgia crossover. And in some ways it does a very clever job of doing it, in terms of how the included characters represent the mechanics of the respective games that they originated from. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay. I think we can probably push in and nuke most of the healers. Now, how much power do I have left here on... yeah, no, the main issue here is that these guys are a little bit far back. So if I can snipe them off, I should be okay. Where's Seedall? Seedall's over here. He's able to potentially give me a couple of attacks. These guys are all chain guarded. That's the issue, is that they're all guarding each other in this passive position here. And so, while they're at full health, and so somebody needs to be poked. Do I know Loop Hazard? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I know that Loop Hazard plays chess when he's not playing Maker. I've kind of hung out on his chess streams before as well. I only kind of ran into him this year, but, you know, we've rated each other's streams, and I'm pretty familiar with how things go over on his end. But yeah, there's a surprising amount of crossover between Maker and chess. Okay, so yeah, we need to figure out how to push into the chain guard. We will need to disrupt the chain guard somehow. It is, oddly enough, very similar to a pawn puzzle in some ways. Because we need to poke with somebody whose damage is basically expendable. And that should break one of the guards, if not both. Probably not both, but I'm not exactly sure how it's going to be prioritized, so... And you're a mod there. Okay, yeah, you may very well have seen me before. And we'll see you around there as well. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll go Marin over here because you will get some kind of double attack. And if she breaks this link of the chain... Yeah, so it actually breaks both chain guards. So it's going to be chain guarded from either side, so it's going to poke both units. And that should leave them open and vulnerable. So I think that's how we'll do it, except positionally... Yeah, because I can always go Chloe over here. And hopefully kill with a critical attack and then pull her back. Okay, so that's how we'll do it. That's how we'll do it. Marin's going to go over here. And the method of damage doesn't matter here. The important thing is that we poke twice. Does height cause misses? Not in this one. It does in the other game I was talking about, Triangle Strategy, but in this game, every map is effectively a flat map. There isn't really an elevation mechanic in this Fire Emblem. There have been in some other Fire Emblems in the past. But hit rate has a whole bunch of factors attached to it, and I do try to maximize it whenever possible. I'm a very risk-averse player in this game, but that's kind of an product of an old school approach here. Yeah, okay, is this guy who is central is still guarded, so we need to poke into him. Except he should actually die at this point, so I just fire at him like this. Brave Bow should actually do it most of the way. Guess I'm down to 4. We can probably do better than that. Let's see. Yeah, we need some longer range attacks here. Because I'm just slightly out of range. Oh, I still have War of Ragnarok. Don't I? No, I don't. I used it to retreat earlier. Okay, so what was I doing? We don't have a ranged attack on Erica, do I? Yes, I do. I've got a wind sword. So we could potentially push into that. So I'm not too worried about dealing with these two units up here. Just figuring out how to nuke the one up there safely. I think we can probably do it this way. We just need to break it. So we'll just go Brave Bow. Damage is going to fall a little bit short, but the important thing is that we remove all the guards. So. Not everyone has their magic and physical attack highlighted. So this is how the interface normally looks, where you see your units on the board. This Fire Emblem, for the first time, introduces a customizable overlay, so you can have basically a shortcut view of physical attack and defense, or magical attack and defense. And it depends on the weapon that they're holding. Some units only have physical weapons, and some are able to use both. So, for example, here where it says PH attack, if it says PH attack, that means it's going to do physical damage, and it's going to be tested against the defense stat. If it says magical attack, like the Radiant Bow does here, that means it's tested against the resilience stat, which is the magic resistance. So these two defensive stats down here, those are the values that you kind of calculate against. The arithmetic tends to be mostly simple, but there are a number of different complicating factors, like how bows and arrows have an advantage against flyers, or certain weapons have an advantage against dragons, etc. And you do get the hang of it over time with things like the weapon triangle, where different Fire Emblem games will implement a different weapon priority order in their own way, but usually you have the system where lances are good against swords, which are good against axes, and are good against lances, and so you have a rock, paper, scissors cycle. In some games, that cycle has been represented by things like hit percentage. In this one, it's actually represented by being able to basically disable your enemy's attack for one turn. And there are some other, systems layered on top of that, so it's more elegant than I make it sound. Probably. Okay, we're going to get to Killer Lance here, and then we need to pull her back into a position that will allow me to double her up, which actually means I should attack this one first. Let's just pick this apart.
All in a day's work.
Okay. Yeah, some Fire Emblem games are more fair than others, especially in terms of how systems like spawning reinforcements work. I would say that this one has been particularly good in terms of, making sure that you have the information that you need in a given turn. You don't have things that just sort of invisibly jump on you out of nowhere. Or rather, they don't jump on you without giving you a chance to respond first. That has been a problem in some Fire Emblem games in the past, but thankfully not this one. Okay, where's Seedall? He's going to go up here, 5 movement. So we'll leave her in this position. He's going to use his dance. This is our Bard class, basically. I'm going to reload her. And we can pull back as well. And then she'll be able to hit the top one up here. What's your overall meta style defense? It kind of depends. Like, the playstyle is really flexible. I really like to get in there aggressively and just, simplify the board as much as possible. But it depends on the kind of enemy you're facing. There are certain enemies and enemy weapons where you do kind of have to bait them in defensively first if you don't want to put your units at risk of dying. And so, for example, if an enemy has a very high critical chance, then you want to make sure that you take point with somebody who has a really high defensive stat so they can absorb even a critical hit that does triple damage, for instance. And that's just one example. So, alternately, you might be facing a cluster that's very heavy on magical attacks, or a cluster that's very heavy on, units that have high armor or whatever, and you just kind of need to read the situation and figure out whether it makes sense to go fast or go slow. In general, though, it's open to a lot of very flexible approaches. And so I like to be reasonably speedy, although I say that as somebody who makes decisions very slowly. It's more that I like my units to move efficiently, and I take forever to figure out how they're going to do that. Anyway, 2 units left to get off the board. Let's do that, and we are finished with the map. So this is fairly late in the game. I would say I'm probably about at least 3/4 done. That's my sense anyway, and this is a side chapter that's already fairly near the end. So a lot of the complexities have definitely accumulated over time by this point. Just going to figure out who I want to level up here before I commit to an attack. Alright, let's get the wind sword going, actually. Oh, you know what? I should finally do the thing I've been saying I'd do with this character and figure out how to operate the night and day. I think I'm allowed to continue attacking on the same turn, but I wasn't actually clear on this. Yeah, so I do get to attack on the same turn, and I do get to switch into a bit of an offensive stance based on the twin characters in Fire Emblem 8 on the Game Boy Advance.
Emblem, engage!
Stall usually implies basic balancing and offense implies poor balancing. Yeah, it's very case by case, I would say. You really do have to read who you are facing, and there's no one-size-fits-all approach.
I still have a lot to learn.
Okay, I've got a lot of options here. We've cleared the map at this point. We just need to snipe the last guy, and then we're done. Took a while to get here, but we did it. In fact, I may even try to get a quick boost of experience first with the sacrifice. I don't actually need this move at this point. This is where the healer sacrifices his own hit points to boost everyone else. I'm just doing it for the points at the end, so we can pick up a few extra points at the very end of the map. And then we'll come here and just smack this guy with something that'll hit for 100%.
You'll get no sympathy from me.
And that's the map. This took me a long time. The 7 turns that we played here, I think I spent the past 3 hours working out. But there was one turn in particular that was a bit of a defensive nightmare, and that was responsible for most of that. Because usually I expect maybe, 15 minutes a turn or so, especially if I'm talking about it and slowing myself down that way. But it's very satisfying when you see a map that will give you something very thorny to untangle somewhere in the middle game, and that was definitely the case here.
We retrieved the ring safely, but
it's the kind of scenario that,
an emblem?
seemed to reward very creative play, which I'm happy with.
Is it but a normal ring?
It seems so, but when I hold the ring...
So it's as I suspected.
What is it that you have surmised?
The Pact Ring. It belongs to and holds the power of Divine Dragon Monarch Lumera.
Okay, so I wonder if I actually get to use it as a separate engage power. Well, we'll see.
What else do you know about this Pact Ring, Marth?
Lumera once said that divine dragons will give a special ring to someone they truly trust. The ring strengthens the bond between the two and brings them closer together.
This must be my
It grants special
S support
powers to the
token.
divine dragon and anyone they make a pact with, of any sort.
So, Mother once gave this ring to someone she trusted and had a special connection with?
That's what I'd guess too. So who she gave the ring to, or if she gave it at all.
Mother.
But we know that as long as she lived, you should inherit the ring.
I'll think long and hard before I decide who's worthy to wear it.
Oh, that we've arrived at this place.
It's a happy thought. Mother watching over me. Let's go. I'm reluctant to leave.
So it probably does unlock the S support then. Because yeah, exactly. I was wondering about that because this game only listed the support conversations up to A. So we'll see about that. I think I have a choice in mind, but you can only give the pack ring to one of your allies. Yeah. Unlike some of the recent Fire Emblem games, this one does not have a marriage or eugenics mechanic to it. But it may be like the previous game, Three Houses, in that it does let you build a 1S support. That affects the very end of the game, rather than anything much earlier. Not sure what the S support will actually do, but I kind of have a sense of who we've been using every map and who would most benefit from that. So, don't exactly know what the mechanical implications of that are yet, but we'll just find out as we play. That was 7 turns. Well, it's not just that I was thorough, it's more that the enemy had tons and tons of stuff on the map, and moreover that I had a party of 12 units, and depending on the number of units that you have, it scales up very rapidly in terms of the complexity of the decisions involved, especially if it's a turn that has very tight margins to it. I would say that, judging from other players that have watched in the past, I'm probably slower than most, especially, as I said, when I'm talking about the place. But I'm kind of extra cautious because the older games basically had a system where if you made a mistake that you were unhappy with, you did have no choice but to reset the entire map. And by mistake that you're unhappy with, I mean if you let one of your units die, because in Fire Emblem the classic convention is for them to stay dead, or at least to be removed from tactical play if they still have some kind of part to play in the story and these scenes and so on. But in effect, you know, your units can be permanently incapacitated, and so what very often happens is that if a player makes a mistake that leads to that situation, a lot of players, including myself, have traditionally just reset the whole map, and that could be hours of work that you're starting from scratch. In recent games, in the last 3, I think, including this one, they've started to let you have a limited number of undos. And I used 1 undo in this map just now, 1 rewind, because there was one particular placement that didn't quite work out the way that I thought the system would. But I mean, it was very much my mistake, but it was a mistake that wasn't worth continuing with because it would have compromised my entire approach to the map. But usually that's... Anyway, the rewind is a situation that usually just pops up when somebody dies. But because I was kind of trained on the older Fire Emblem games where you do lose the whole map, potentially, if you want to be a perfectionist, I never really shook off the more perfectionistic pace of playing. And so I'm just accustomed to playing that way. Okay, let's go back to the world map and see what has opened up here. Yeah, I am about to log off though. I'm just going to take a look at the map, say a word about what we're doing next. We did complete 2 The side chapters fairly close to the finale today. We'll be continuing next time, probably tomorrow if I can get online. At, where was it? Chapter 23, where is it? It's all the way up here. There we go, lava fields. Oh, it's right beside where I was, okay. Right next door. And yeah, between streams, I tend to go back to town to do some business there. Sort out the party, you know, change weapons here and there, do all that stuff in the social end of the game. Back at base, but let's see if we developed any new supports. Actually, none this round. So, yeah, off stream it'll just be back to town, and then we'll continue with the next map in Chapter 23 next time. So, pretty productive day today. Pretty happy with how I played as well, in terms of the strategies feeling creative and the results turning out fairly clean. And once again, thank you so much, CL Smith, for the raid, and for anybody who came in to chat or to lurk or to do anything else. We, as I said, normally play Mario Maker on this stream, but I've basically had my hands full of Fire Emblem since late January when this game came out. And that's been the main feature for now, although it looks like we'll probably be finished sometime within the next week. But you never know. So, thanks again for watching. We may be rating somebody else very shortly, but I'll look around and see what makes sense. And until we meet again, have a wonderful time, whatever it is you're playing or watching. Have a great weekend ahead of you. And as always, be well.